Coração tá piri, 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 babamos. Não me queda cerca, muito cuboso. Não me queda cerca, muito cuboso.
Welcome back. Good morning in the Caribbean and good afternoon in the Netherlands. It's again 8 a.m. and 2 p.m. We welcome you back on the second day of the Dutch Caribbean Research Week 2023. Did you guys enjoy Gather yesterday? I'm curious to know who went into our online platform and discussed with each other through Gather. Did you also go into the poster area to look at the posters? And did you vote for your favorite poster? I'm hoping that you did, because on Friday we have the poster sessions. Today is going to be a poster pitch, our first one of the week also, but on Friday is the poster sessions through Gather. So please make sure during the break to go to our platform of the DCRW website, click on posters and select your favorite poster. And as you know, each day has and had its own theme. The theme for yesterday was economy and society. And today we will be talking about health and healthcare. Yesterday, when we spoke about economy and society, we had, of course, the chair of the program committee, Renske Pin. Dr. Mimi Scheller was our keynote speaker. We had oral presentations by Eugene Hoogstad, Francisca Gromé, and of course an interactive and very informative session by Gemma Venhuizen. Also, we heard from the previous poster winner of 2022. Her name is Yasmira Wiersma, and of course the content moderator, Shakina Dare. We thank you all for your sessions yesterday and for the information you provided us with. Today, of course, we have another keynote speaker, we have oral presentations, we have content moderators, and we have parallel sessions. Today, we have 2 content moderators because we also have 2 parallel sessions. The moderator of parallel session A today is Judith Meijer, and she will also be content moderator for the keynote speaker. I will introduce the keynote speaker in a minute. Judith Meijer is a PhD candidate, and her research focuses on interaction between community and individual resilience. After finalizing a scoping review, she is now conducting empirical research, focusing on Jewish diaspora communities. She has spent her professional life in healthcare, and the last year she has done so on Saba. So that is Judith Meijer for the parallel sessions A, and also the content moderator for the keynote speaker. Then we have the other content moderator for the parallel sessions B. Her name is Miryea Ruiz, and I'm so sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. Either way, either we practiced it just a minute ago. I'm so sorry if I'm mispronouncing, but Miryea Ruiz. She is also a program manager at ZonMW on the mental health and healthcare. Born in the Netherlands with a Dutch mother and an Arubian father. She grew up in Aruba, partially as a child, and studied biomedical sciences in Amsterdam and the neurosciences and cognition in Utrecht. Started working at ZonMW 3.5 years ago, and currently works as a program manager for different mental health programs. She's also part of the Caribbean work group at ZonMW. So Miryea will be the content moderator of the parallel session B. More about that in a minute. It is time to introduce our keynote speaker of today. Our keynote speaker is Professor Ingemar S.J. Merkies. Was born in Curacao and trained to become a medical doctor at the Amsterdam University Medical Center and later the Erasmus University Medical Center in Rotterdam as a neurologist. Currently, he is working as a medical director at the Curacao Medical Center and partly as a neurologist. He is a board member of the Peripheral Nerve Society and the European Academy of Neurology, and associated editor of the Journal of Peripheral Nervous System. Professor Ingemar Merkies, welcome to the stage. Are you there?
Good day, everyone. Yes, many thanks for the invitation and for the candid words. I'm here.
Nice to hear from you. And I think that the title of your talk today is Culture as an Inheritance, the Fruits of Our Spirit. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's basically, I've changed it recently, but in essence, it remains the same.
It remains the same. Well, then I think the floor is yours. So enjoy this keynote giving by Professor Ingemar Merkies.
Thank you very much. And also, I'm very honored while trying to share my slides, the organizing committee for inviting me to talk to you. I'm born in Curacao, living in Curacao, but at current stage I'm in a hotel. I'm not going to say the name in Maastricht, but hope you all can see the slides now. I think so. Well, it's about the fruits of the spirit, cultural inheritance. I know that you guys have the 29th theme regarding the culture, and today it will be dealing with healthcare issues. But permit me to blend it and combine it a bit, because this is the journey I've been experiencing on the island of Curacao, and basically, I will start with very basic stuff, presenting some scientists, because it's very important for you to know Even though we are the Caribbean islands, we like the rhythm, we like the music, we like going out, having fun. But there are also some key scientists on the island, which I just briefly want to mention. And you can get contact with them if you're really interested to do research on the islands, even though it's sometimes combined with the Netherlands, which makes it even more attractive in my point of view. And I will deal with culture and health, not culture, but culture and health, the reality. But I'm just starting with this medical doctor who is an oncologist and also trained in hematology. He has been for more than 10 years head of the Department of Oncology, Hematology and Radiotherapy, John Sloch, published more than 50 papers, peer-reviewed papers. And one of the latest breakthroughs in 2021 is this paper, An Urgent Call to Raise the Bar in Oncology. Actually, it stated that oncological treatments worldwide are easily approved by regulatory agencies and unfortunately have a low value as such and do not contribute significantly to cancer mortality reduction. So here you have a guy from the island breaking all bars and telling the truth. And telling us also that things are becoming really unrealistic. I mean, there's an urge for improvement, but what we're doing now is using new drugs, approving them while the patients are not really benefiting from them. And he stated to the community worldwide to transform the medical education, improving clinical trial design and the quality of these, and conduct proper reports, and also to the scientific community that we should be more stringent in what we are delivering because patients are dependent of this. Well, here you see an overview. His papers have been published in Lancet, in British Journal of Cancer, and also recently in New England. I mean, it's a way of looking at things, but he's telling the truth. And it has been having impacts on the guidelines that are currently being rewritten. Educational programs are being put there. And we will also be looking at conflicts of interest because, as you know, pharmacy is blended also with researchers, and also in terms of drug approval in the Netherlands, how things are being done in comparison to the regulatory authorities. And also on two other points, evidence appraisal of stereotactic radiotherapy. I mean, if you have brain metastasis, and we nowadays do stereotactic therapy because it is seemingly better than whole brain radiotherapy. But together we wrote a paper that is under review now stating that actually there's no evidence of being a difference. And it is simply based on cognitive functions that are being looked at with outcome measures that have been created for traumatic brain injury or dementia, which are simply applied in these studies. But from the clinimetric point of view, the assessment of the value of outcome measures, it's not always, you cannot always simply use it in another illness. And also looking at a mammography screening, whether it contributed to a change in prognosis of patients. He has been having much attention. This is just an overview, a very busy slide, but also the day trainings of the internal medicine doctors, and has been on the Dutch channel, are capturing this and are step by step realizing that we all have to raise the bar and be more critic with what the research is presenting to us. Another dear friend and colleague who works a lot with John Sloch is Professor Ashley Downs, who is really a guru in science and attached to numerous institutes that I'm not going to mention because I will certainly forget a couple of them. But he is an immunologist. He's not a medical doctor, but an immunologist, but blended completely with the medical care we are giving, and without his support, we wouldn't be here where we stand today. Looking at HIV and through all islands of the Dutch Caribbean, looking at infection diseases with a lot of different types of science, and for each type of science, as you can read, he has been having grants all over the place and having PhD and that are ongoing or have already delivered. Looked also at the pediatric impacts, let's say for COVID, come to that in a while. And he's now into the educational part of lifestyle, which is being formed for the islands and exported to the Netherlands, because he will be presenting in this June for the first time an embedded lifestyle medicine in primary care, where all the affiliates of the University of Groningen will be present, dealing with aging, dealing with medical education. Working together with others like Jamil Boussari from Aruba, and also the immunological aspects of all kinds of infections. And recently, in 17th of May, there's a Curacao-born Vaitier Janssen, who defended the thesis in Groningen, one of his many PhDs that he has delivered. And he's simply a John living on the island. For myself, it's very straightforward. I have 2 lines of research, doing that for 20 years. I deal in pain and painful neuropathies, irritations at the nerves, leading to all kinds of complaints. We looked at the pain pathways, the genetic aspects, where we had some groundbreaking findings in terms of genetics, and we were awarded by the American Academy of Neurology, because that was really seminal in changing the way of thinking about pain, in trial designs and patient-reported outcome measures that are more and more capturing the voice of the patients. And the other is perhaps less known. It's called clinimetrics, a science that deals with the properness of outcome measures. There are traditional ways of having, let's say, lists of questions and response options that you simply count, and then you have a final score. But in a sense, there's another way to look at, to create a ruler, as if you're measuring, let's say, your height. And designing trials and defining what's called responsiveness, where it's clinically meaningful, and what's the minimum for that, and outcome measures development according to the international classification of the consequences of any illness, and aspects like the registries for various chronic illnesses. And just to mention, at this point, we have a long COVID registry proposition that we will be discussing between the islands as such, because this is also important to look at the burden for society. And this morning, I had a PhD that defended successfully his thesis called Improving Assessments in the Diagnosis of a painful neuropathy called small fiber neuropathy. So even though we're living on the island, we are still rocking scientifically a couple of things. Now back to the cultural inheritance, whether it's an inheritance, whether it's nature or nurture, we'll come to that. And this is my story. This is a story dealing with health, but also dealing with the consequences, what we're facing, whether it's culture, whether it's a transformed way of looking at things, whether it's our way of looking at things, but this is the reality we are facing. And I would like to share this with you after having approval by the scientific community to do this, even though we will be dealing with culture in a couple of days. Well, if you put culture and the meaning of it in perspective, and you look at the internet, you will find all kinds of tiles, particularly in the Dutch tiles. I transformed a couple of them. Culture is what remains when we forget all we have learned, or at the right bottom, culture, what is left over when we forget all the details, or is a way of escaping the current time problems. Well, that's very hitting the nail on the head, because I will come to that. But there is an international definition that has been used from the 90s. The culture refers to the cumulative deposit of knowledge experience, beliefs, values, attitudes, and religion by a group of people, generally without thinking about them. You could say that culture embraces all elements, determinants like attitudes, your belief, your language, customs, rituals, faith, food, behavior, art, drama, and music. I mean, just as a rhythmic comparison, I mean, and the art and the music are typical for the islands and quite different, let's say, for the art and music from the European country, the Netherlands. Well, there is in literature debate whether culture is inherited or not, whether it's nature or nurture. But let me tell you my story that, in my view, is both. And it comes from the past to the present and the future. And going back to health, it's a very basic. The aim was to create a new hospital, the Curacao Medical Center, and to improve the quality of care by knowing where you come from. You see, the St. Elizabeth Hospital for 164 years has served the community, but in the face, it was like a road with a lot of holes in it. And the ideal world would be having a new hospital, a state-of-the-art hospital with everything ordered and organized, would shift everyone in terms of improvement of quality of care to a more smooth road to take. But it's quite the contrary, I have to say. I comment that because we are the culture. I am culture, you are culture, and it's not the extended world. And I will explain that to you as to why. Well, if you look at our rhythm of talking, way of talking is the way we were brought up. I mean, you will never hear someone say, I used a knife incorrectly, I cut myself. You will always hear the knife cut me. You will never hear that the streets that we are creating are just improperly undone. You will hear the rain is breaking the streets instead of carrying the responsibility. And that brings everything down to how we were raised, whether we are trained to be verbally in discussion, to be accountable for what we do, or to commit to what we do, to carry our responsibility in the actions that we do, or whether we go behind and just leaving it that to a governance that is in place, let's say, in a Curacao Medical Center. In my belief, accountability breeds a responsibility. And even though we haven't had this from a little child towards being adults, this is everything it embraces. And we are faced with the relative lack of accountability our personnel, in a sense, is carrying, even though there are shifts in a particular positive, energetic way of looking at them. The change from the St. Elizabeth Hospital to the Curacao Medical Center gave hope. It was something that is going to be all better, shifting from the Flintstone period to the Tesla period, and then everything would be fine. It was even biblical, you could say, the journey to the promised land. But unfortunately, even though we had hope that things were going to change, we were faced with cruel and true facts like the COVID-19 pandemic and the relative lack of money and that was available is still unavailable. And if you don't change things, it will be for the coming years blocking all hopes, all kinds of things that we want. And even though we're talking about health, it brings us to the reality that the reality brings us all to a certain form of grieving process. At last, something is going to change, and we suddenly realize that due to all kinds of external factors, we shift from happiness, threat, fear, and guilt. And if you ask me at the current stage, 3.5 years later that we open, we are transforming from despair to hostility, although we're losing some people because it's taking too long. But this is the reality within the health environment we are in. And we all do acknowledge that it takes years, but not everyone can handle the fact that the transition is not a building, the transition is a mindset. We form the Curacao Medical Center, we form ourselves, we are the face actually of the hospital and the healthcare that we are giving. So the Curacao Medical Center reflects nothing else than the community. If you bear in mind that 45% of the parents are single parent families, while comparison, let's say, with the Netherlands, there's 9 to 11%. So we're actually faced with a sandwich community where we take care of our parents, but we have to take care of our kids. And also we have to work to be independent. So that means that mentally, and this is one of the aspects, you're not coming to your work sometimes with a clear mind to focus on your work because there are other aspects that you carry with you. If you don't realize this, you cannot work with the other to change the face, to change the improvement that you want to acknowledge. And if you don't look at the facts as they are, because everyone thinks since we have a modern building, everything is fine. Well, that's not, because the healthcare system, the chain of healthcare command, isn't properly organized. We have a first line of defense by the GPs that is improperly ordered. 80% of basic physicians that are not trained, as in Europe, to become a primary healthcare physician. That brings all consequences with it, because prevention programs, etc., cardiovascular risk management, diabetic care in a standardized fashion, and I can go with it through a whole list, aren't properly applied, and as a consequence, everything boils down to the second line of defense, second line of care, which is in the hospital. And if you isolate only and want to improve things in the second line of defense, you have to take the whole chain into consideration. Otherwise, it will be a failure. And also the pain and the agony and the sadness personnel has been neglected in the old hospital for years, and not being trained properly, but expecting them to do the max with the minimum finance, with the minimum products they had to use. What we encountered in the healthcare is almost nothing in place for responsible, safe form of providing healthcare. There was no commission like Calamity or VIM. We had to optimize that. There were no structural policies, protocols, working arrangements. Everyone was doing their best and to their knowledge, but there wasn't an ordered, like a thinking way in the alpha, beta, gamma ordering. There weren't defined privileges, who is entitled to do what. The formation and deficit, and there were all caveats in there. Not properly trained personnel, no future planning for personnel. So ad hoc things were resolved, but there weren't a plan. I will come to that in a minute just to show you the financial constraints were there still, an improper education program, if any, and particularly no finance. So even though we were hoping just to shift to a new building and move forward, we were faced with a lot of caveats that haven't been addressed as such. And this is a very busy slide, but just to show you what we did. What we did is a creative footprint. We have service lines, what we call service line hemato-oncology and radiotherapy, and the deficiencies. I won't go through all the details. The deficiencies of seen in the old hospital, and changes that we had to do to move things forward in a more responsible, safe way of providing care. If you look, for example, at pediatrics, there was there are two FTE neurologists and no clear defined working together for the islands. And now we can say that with the help of Erasmus Medical Center and within a couple of months of Amsterdam University Medical Center as well, we will be completing the neonatology team, and as such we will be able to treat from 25 weeks upwards patients early born. But this is just an example of showing you that we find this in every field of discipline we looked at. All the 18 were the same. Our belief is that culture is an investment in education. Even though we haven't been trained as such to think that way, because we always tend to externalize what we feel, we have to take programs to be open, how things can be done differently, and retrieve knowledge everywhere where you can find it, enrich yourself as such. You look at these glasses, don't say the left glass is empty, say I have a glass that I can pour something in it and enrich myself. The middle glass is not half as empty, but it's a way of thinking. It's half full, so I'm progressing. And the other one is my glass is full, so I'm able to share my knowledge and connotate with others and strengthen actually my network, so to move together even further, maybe not faster, but further. So we have put a lot of emphasis on trainings given. This is through the years. As you see, since COVID disappeared, we exploded in 79 types of trainings, most being in the healthcare. And there isn't money for that. So what we did is ask all personnel to provide 1 to 2% of their salary so that we can help them push things forward. And as you can see, more than 1,000 of 1,300 personnel, more than 1,000 per year have been trained. So and that means a lot. I mean, just go back. I mean, we had general nurses working in dialysis, for example, in neonatology, in intensive care, in emergency, and all these general nurses have been trained for 2 to 3 years to become a specialized nurse, which is providing a higher quality of care. And it was non-existent, and general nurses were accepted as such as, for example, in primary care, general doctors are accepted to be general practitioners, which I find doubtful. But also recruiting those that are needed. We didn't have a vascular surgeon on the island. We do have now. We didn't have an experienced trained interventional radiologist on the island. Since 2020-21 we had, and as a consequence, you see that the amount of amputations in the lower and upper legs are significantly being reduced because the vascular team is attacking all those arteries that are being closed or seemingly almost being closed. So it has contributed to a better quality of care. It has contributed to a better quality of life of these patients instead of simply amputating it, which was actually something that was done on a regular basis and being within the top 3 of the world in terms of amputations. So you have to know your strength through your deficiencies. It's not deficiency as such, but it is something that you can learn to adapt and adapt. So even though there weren't policies, protocols, procedures, and working arrangements, it doesn't per se mean that you're failing. It's a matter of acknowledging your strength, acknowledging things that you have to improve, and stick together to improve that, but be able, even though your mindset hasn't been trained as such, to be open to change, even though it takes long to move 1,300 people who were actually scattered in all directions, only in a mainstream direction. But we are pushing things to what we have inherited, but where we want to go. To do so, you have to be in contact with someone that can help you. So we choose a ruler by the Joint Commission International. It's a way of getting accreditation, but it's not about accreditation. It's about the ordering of the healthcare that you're giving through standards, evidence-based, data-driven, even though we don't like that, but everything nowadays can be pushed by data-driven. And the most important thing done by health professionals. And this drives the quality and safety for the patient as well as for the personnel. So at entry, you have a healthcare demand, whether it's planned or not. And there's a patient standard line and an organization supportive line. And the patient entries in the hospital and goes through a flow setting, and the output should be effective, efficient, and patient-centered. Capturing the needs of the patient. It should be always be able to provide. You guys mostly have heard that we're having at current stage operation room problems because some operation assistants decided to move abroad to the Netherlands. So we're recruiting that, and the information should be on time in a standardized way, and particularly being safe for both personnel and patients. So what did we do? Because we can say this is our inheritance and that's it. No, what we did is we looked for Cartesa Institute that has accredited or guided accreditation for hospital, more than 50 hospitals in Belgium and the Netherlands. And we went to an entry measurement. We wanted to know how many caveats does our roads have, and plan step by step the trajectory, because you cannot change everything within a short period. It takes time because we are also briefing and create a supportive setting. Through Cartesa, who advise us locally with project weeks and also on the distance, and having two people working constantly from the quality of care, quality and safety of care. We do have experts working in the hospital. This is just to give you an impression of what Cartesa has been doing, all these institutes. And JCI is nothing else than 13 chapters, 250 norms, and 1,200 measurable elements. It's like measuring the length, but and every measurable element has also 10 to 30 determinants that should be, and 98% should be compliant. Will you be accredited? But it's not about accreditation, it's about the ordering of the care that you're giving. There's a stepwise flow approach. I wouldn't go into that in terms of what's your ambition, how you diagnose the deficiencies, how you're gonna, it's like approaching a patient in terms of illness. This is also approaching the ambition, showing the deficiencies and how you're gonna fill up those caveats to execute at a certain. All these steps are embedded through the process of finance, patients, and personnel, and how it should be reiterated that it becomes part of our genetics, whether it's nurture or even part of the way we breathe. This is an example of the sales period and versus the CMC period, where we made footprints. This is another way of showing the table, which was very busy, showing all kinds of things that weren't present. We didn't have a neurosurgeon, we didn't have a memory outpatient clinic. There were challenges in terms of sleep assessment, working together with another hospital, and we didn't have intra-arterial thrombectomy. Still, we do not, but these are steps, these are caveats, and we go step by step through the years. And through the strategic medical policy plan, we want to create a focus where we should go for every discipline. For example, in the operation room, the more circles you see, that means the more caveats were there. The green ones are those, just to give you an impression, those that were executed. The yellow ones are in transition of being executed. The red ones aren't there, and the black ones are still have. It's not about the building. It's about standardization of optimization of the care that we are giving. This is our inheritance, and we have to deal with it to optimize things. And this is the reason that we're very open to that. We have invested in training on a job by bringing people and experts, people from abroad for the supply chain and training the OR people, and things have been evolving and improving. There's a plan to use OR optimally. We know how the patient's flow should be. When it's executed optimally now, the answer is no, but it's far better than it was. One of the other aspects of culture is language, to serve the patient better. I mean, I cannot imagine coming to the Netherlands and not speaking Dutch, and the other way around should be the same, that you speak Papiamento. And I'm going to illustrate it by two patients. This patient, I was asked by a top Dutch neurologist, not speaking a native language of Papiamento, and she didn't quite understand the patient because the patient has severe weakness in the right hand, but was telling her, I do have neck pain, but no radiation in my arm. So she couldn't come to a diagnosis. And she asked me whether I could look with her. And it goes in Papiamento. Yes, the patient tells me it doesn't have any neck pain, but subsequently tells me in a way doesn't have radiation in the arm. But it's the way the patient told me, and that I know that it wasn't the truth. Because we generally sometimes just give an answer. And I subsequently asked the patient where the pain was radiating, whether it was to the thumb, the middle finger, or the digit 5. And the patient told me it was radiating to the second and the third. So you can imagine when you are a co-assistant doing an intern, and then you have such a patient, and the patient tells you no, and then your supervisor comes and tells, and the patient telling something else. It's about the accent and the way things are being presented that you have to be trained in the proper language. And this is also a 29-year-old pregnant woman, 34-year-old pregnant woman, 29 weeks, was hysterical 3 times at the emergency department, was seen by 2 Dutch neurologists and 2 Spanish neurologists. And these are people, I can tell you, I will bring my whole family and my daughter to them to let them take care if there's anything neurological, because this is the strength of my belief in them. But the difference was simply language. She was hysterical. On a Wednesday, the third time they decided to admit her, and I came on Thursday, and within 10 seconds, I knew the patient had problems. And the rest is history, and turned out to have a very massive, you see on the left side, an infarction in the brain, which complicated things, and the child was taken for special treatment. Well, coming to the Kuna project, all this brings us to where are our medical specialists nowadays. We have around 100 students in various countries. We know our human capital well, but it seems like a primary school, high school, and we're giving them support and exporting them, and there's no structural plan to have our people back, even though I'm very glad with everyone, but it's Latin America or for European people coming to the island to help us. But there's an
Mr. Merkies,
yes?
I'm sorry, but it looks like your time is not enough anymore, so
this is the last one.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So regarding the Kuna project, what we want to do is to have to discuss this with the Dutch government, to have plans to move to get our people in essence back. And to finalize, culture is a spiritual education. It's putting emphasis that your work as a nurse or as a medical doctor is not a job but a vocation, and it finalizes with the spirit, the fruits of spirit, while joy and love and all kinds of kindness will help you embrace the patient even in a better way. This was the last slide. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for this interesting story about what has happened in CMC the last years. It's quite impressive. I've been asked to ask one short question, which I will do. And we know each other also from cooperation between hospitals. I think it is not a short answer, but please try to. How do you think culture influences cooperation between hospitals in the Caribbean? Can you say something about that?
Well, very short, I think that our beliefs are should be given the space to present them and their boundaries, even though it can sometimes from island to island be different. And just from all parties, just respect the way we look at things and just try to find the common pathways from where you could attack. Because everything I've presented here goes for Aruba or St. Maarten in the same way, even though there are minor differences in there. I think the common pathway will strengthen the group together, and the group will ultimately come much further, and just taking into account that they might be doing something slightly different on Aruba, or slightly different on Curacao, or slightly different on St. Maarten.
Thank you so much. I think we come to the end of this presentation. So I end by thanking you again very much on behalf of the organization.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Ingemar Merkies. And of course, you, Judith Meijer, for your insightful question. It was a very short one, but I think it just added that little extra touch. So thank you both for your time and energy until now.
I'm going to introduce the speaker of this session and the next session. And after that, Jane will get the floor. So Jane O'Flynn, the speaker who's now will do the first presentation, she is the head of the Public Health Department on Ceiba, and she will tell us about the findings of a monitor on the health status of the Ceiban community she has conducted. After that, Nathan Shuftan will give a presentation, and he is a research fellow at the European Union Observatory on Health Systems and Policies, based at the research hub at the Berlin University of Technology. And I believe he's on Ceiba right now too. So 2 presentations from Ceiba. So please, Jane, can you start with yours?
Yeah. Okay, good morning, everyone. As Judith mentioned, my name is Jane O'Flynn. I'm the head of the Public Health Department on the island of Ceiba, and I'll be talking to you this morning about our recently published public health report. So for those of you who don't know, this is the island of Ceiba. It's about 5 square miles with 2,000 people, and it's quite close to the island of St. Maarten. The goal of the report was to get some insight into the status of the public health of the people living on this island. And we did that through various sources of self-reported data, diagnosed data, and worked very closely to our on-island and off-island stakeholders to get that. So if we dive into the information that we were able to find, if we look at the population pyramid on Ceiba, it's a little bit skewed because we have a private medical school on the island with about 150 students from the States and from Canada. We have about 16 births a year and 15 deaths. Our life expectancy is quite high, actually higher than the European Netherlands, but my concern here is the quality of those life years mainly. Despite the following slides, we see that Ceibans describe their health as good or very good, men more so than women even. So when we dive a little bit deeper into the behaviors of people on the island that impact their health, it's important to start this slide with the fact that this is self-reported data. And we know that self-reported data can sometimes be a little bit underreported. So I do believe that there are more people on Ceiba reporting damaging alcohol consumption. It's just not reflected here. So about 10% with damaging alcohol, about 14% of the Ceiban residents are smokers. Interesting to note that that's the highest of the best islands from Bonaire and Statia. Unfortunately, 7 out of 10 Ceibans are not getting enough physical exercise. They're not making the 150 minutes in a week. 2/3 of Ceibans are not eating enough fruit, and 1/3 of Ceibans are not eating enough vegetables. And so, like many of the islands, we know why that is. It's to do with accessibility and affordability. This next slide is the one that's quite concerning for me. We see that 7 out of 10 Ceibans are also at an unhealthy weight. So about 1/3 of our population is overweight, and over that, 37% are obese. So this is really where we need to focus our priorities in the coming years. If we look at high cholesterol, we see that almost 9% of Ceibans are reporting cholesterol lowering medication, and women seem to be somewhat more affected by this than men. And almost 1/5 of the population are diagnosed with high blood pressure. Again, marginally more women than men. So this is important information for us to know when we're outlining our public health priorities. So of course, we know that behavioral risk factors and physical risk factors contribute to the development of non-communicable diseases. Again, these percentages are quite small, but you have to remember the population size here, of course, is 2,000. And unfortunately, I imagine these will get higher in the coming years if we're not able to get our overweight and obesity under control. So we see almost 4% of Ceibans have a serious heart condition. Almost 1 in 11 are reporting diabetes. 7% with respiratory disease, and the cancer prevalence on Ceiba in the past 5 years has been at 9%. When we went a little bit further into that, we saw that skin cancer was the most prevalent, followed by breast cancer and prostate cancer. I was really happy in this report to be able to include the topic of mental health. It's something that probably also on the other islands, it's not a topic that's discussed. There's quite some stigma around the topic. So it was nice to have it included in this report. For a small island and a small community like Ceiba, there's still almost 1/3 of the population who are experiencing feelings of loneliness. So this is something that we really need to look to in the coming years. And we see over 1/5 of the population are experiencing feelings of emptiness. So they don't feel a sense of purpose in their life. These are really, really big feelings, and these are things that we need to turn our attention to in the coming years, not just as a public health department, but as multi-stakeholders on the island. Together, we need to address this issue. Moving forward onto infectious disease. Vector-borne disease on Ceiba has been low in recent years. We also haven't been testing for it. And this is something that we need to look to in the coming year, at least, when we see the rising levels of dengue and chikungunya in the region, in South America and in the Caribbean. So this is something we need to turn our attention to. Again, we dropped it a little bit during the COVID pandemic. So this was something we will look to. Antimicrobial resistance, of course, a topic of global health concern. We see that the percentage of samples we send for testing is increasing, which is resistant to antibiotics. We see later on that our antibiotic prescriptions are also increasing. So this is something we need to work together with to address. I think that the island of Ceiba during the COVID pandemic, we did quite well. We adopted a containment strategy and we poured a lot of energy into vaccinating our population. About 35% of the residents on Ceiba tested positive on Ceiba for COVID. So many, of course, tested positive off of Ceiba. Of those cases, 85% had received at least a base dose of the vaccination. And perhaps we can say as a result, less than 1% required hospitalization, which we feel we're very happy about. I always get quite happy when I look at this slide because we see that There has never been more women, for example, testing for STIs, and their positivity rate has never been lower since we've been taking a look at the records. But it does also highlight for us an area of attention, because we see that men are just not engaging in STI testing on SEBA. And again, that has a lot to do with stigma not wanting to engage in these conversations. But we see their positivity rate is quite high. And this information looked at gonorrhea, chlamydia, and trichomoniasis. If we look at the youth on SEBA, this is something that the Public Health Department is very active in. Looking at our baby clinic, we looked at averages of breastfeeding over the years. So 69% of mothers start with breastfeeding on average, and after 6 months, about 20% of mothers are still breastfeeding. And that's kind of on par with the global average, but still a point of attention for us. The next point, of course, childhood overweight and obesity. Again, a huge point of concern for us, because in the previous report released in 2019, this figure was 1 in 4 primary school children on SEBA are overweight or obese, and now we're looking at 1 in 3. What we're seeing is that children are moving from the healthy weight category to the overweight category, instead of moving from the obese category to the overweight category, and the overweight category to the healthy weight. So this is something we're really trying to pour a lot of attention and resources into, because these are the future residents of SEBA. Our vaccination coverage has always gone quite well on SEBA. There's quite a lot of trust in vaccines. We saw that again also with the COVID pandemic. And so we recently introduced the HPV vaccine for boys aged 9 and over. We've done one round of that. We saw about 65% uptake in that. So we hope to expand that in the next round. If we're looking at the health of our adolescents, this is information that we get from the high school, and we see that engaging in alcohol and engaging in smoking, particularly for higher high school students, 15, 16 years, is increasing. What we also see next to that is that they also report an increased feeling of peer pressure. So more people, more students feel like they're doing things outside of their boundary because they feel pressurized to do so. And of course, that's heavily linked to smoking and alcohol. So this is valuable information for us when we're trying to look at communication campaigns to our adolescents. Healthcare consumption. SEBA Cares is the healthcare provider on the island. We've seen that consultations have gone down in recent years and are starting to rise again. And that can be to do with the introduction of a teleclinic. So that's making sure that people who actually need to be at the clinic are there. We've seen that medical trips have increased a lot, and more so to St. Martin, which is great for us because it's less of an inconvenience. People on SEBA, of course, have to travel off island for specialist medical care. What's even better to look at actually is the amount of specialists that are coming to SEBA. So here you see that that figure has actually tripled since 2017, that there's more specialists coming to SEBA, so parents can get, or residents, sorry, can get their specialist care on island, which is really nice. I mentioned a little bit earlier about our increase in antimicrobial resistance. In the previous public health report in 2019, this was about 50 prescriptions per 100 inhabitants. And now we're looking at indeed 57 prescriptions per 100 inhabitants. So again, a point of attention for us. Of course, we all know that poverty is a social determinant of health. So in compiling this report, we also looked at the poverty indicators on the island. There's about 1,000 households on SEBA. And of those households, over a quarter have a disposable income lower than the benchmark social minimum. Here you see what that benchmark social minimum looks like. And I can say with certainty that no one is able to lead a happy and healthy, fulfilled life on these amounts. The benchmark social minimum doesn't take into consideration the cost of living on SEBA, which is significantly higher. And then when we spoke to our social workers on the island, we saw that about 15 households are receiving recurring financial assistance for groceries, rent, utilities. 32 households are receiving food baskets. Within those households, there's 65 children. That's about a fifth of the children on Ceiba. So there's quite a lot of children in households receiving food baskets. So we also need to look at what food is in those baskets. And we see that 34 households are in urgent need of social housing. So this again is a point of concern for us when we look to the upcoming hurricane season, that perhaps there's 34 households that need attention. And finally, of course, again, very happy to be able to include a slide like this, climate change and sustainability, because we know that this is also a public health topic. Just focusing on the right side of this, a real success story on Ceiba has been the waste management, use of the incinerator. In 2020, that incinerator was burned 5 days a week. Often the top also didn't close properly, so there was a lot of smoke in the community. It used to blow down towards the school, so it caused quite a lot of unrest. And in 2022, that's now down to 1 day a week. It's only burning medical waste and some wood that can't be repurposed. All other waste is sent off island for correct disposal and for recycling. So that's been really quite a significant benefit for the island. We're also trying to pour a lot of energy now into sustainable energy. So we have 2 solar parks on the island. We're trying to expand that in the upcoming 2 years. Currently, 36% of the energy needs on Ceiba are met by renewable sources, and we're trying to expand that to over 80% in the coming years. During the daytime on the islands currently, we're entirely powered by renewable energy. So in the coming years, we want to look also to wind energy and expanding the solar park, because of course we're burning less fossil fuels then, and we're improving the air quality on the island. So that's really where a lot of energy is going right now. We know, of course, around the world, temperatures are rising. So that's something for us to be aware of. And if we're trying to look at hurricane recurrence, very, very difficult to predict, of course. But with the information that we could find, you could see that there would be a recurrence of a Category 5 hurricane every 35 years. Important to note, within 250 kilometers of Ceiba. So it's not that Category 5 hurricane is going to hit us every 38 years, but within 250 kilometers. So very glad also to start bringing these kind of points into the discussion of public health. And I think it's something that we're trying to move towards as a government for a health in all policies approach as well. And some take-home messages. It was not an easy report to put together, of course, because we are still in the early phases of routinely and structurally collecting data, analyzing that data, disseminating the data. So we're in the early phases of that, and hopefully for the next report it will be far easier. We're a small team at the Public Health Department of 7 colleagues, so it takes an awful lot of our capacity and time, but we really see the benefit of doing a report like this.
Yeah. Jane, you're already over time, so can you go very quickly through your next steps?
This is it, yeah. So basically it's to reach our policy ambitions, which are outlined in the report, use the report to inform our policy, create a policy for creating the report, and structurally collect our data and use it as an evaluation tool. And that's us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jane. I know the report is a good thing to read. So if you want to read it, go out, Jane, and read the whole report. Then we go to the next speaker. That's Nathan. Nathan, you're there?
Hi, good morning. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Thanks. Yes, we can. Well, I would say just start with your presentation. And Jane, again, thank you very much.
Can we see the slides? Okay, great. Thank you for the opportunity to present here today. The title of the presentation is Using the HIT Methodology to Map Healthcare on the Best Islands. My name is Nathan Shuftan. I'm a research fellow with an organization called the European Observatory on Health Systems and Policies. I'm based in Berlin, Germany at the Berlin University of Technology, which is one of the research hubs of the observatory. But as the bottom of the slide says, today I'm coming to you actually from Seba, where in the process of working on this report, my colleague and I, Eva van Ginneken, are visiting the 3 islands. So we just arrived on Seba last night. We'll be here, and then going to Statia and concluding with Bonaire next week. So first, just very briefly, a lot of text, but to give you an idea of what the European Observatory is that we are a WHO-hosted partnership to build bridges between policymakers and researchers across countries. Our partners are a collection of EU member states, the EU itself, decision makers, academics, and health system actors who focus on generating and communicating evidence for health policy and policy making. This European Observatory works through different functions. That would be country monitoring, of which our flagship product and methodology is the HIT. We also actively track what European countries are doing with their health policy making and what new policies, laws, regulations they're doing. We did a lot of this as well, tracking the different kinds of policies and regulations that came in during the high era of the COVID-19 pandemic. And we do regular updates on the state of health in the European Union. Overall, the European Observatory functions as a resource for health policy planners, decision makers, and other key stakeholders. The observatory partners would include then the WHO Regional Office for Europe, the governments that you see listed in the bullet points, including the government of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, the European Commission, and a few other academic and non-governmental organizations that you see there. What we do with country monitoring is to have consistent, comparable health system reviews. That would be the HIT, and I'm coming to that in just a moment. Rapid updates of country information, and to generate this knowledge base for anybody who's interested on what's going on in the European health context. So if we come to the HITs and what the HIT process is, these health system reviews, or health system in transition, that's where the abbreviation of HIT comes from. These provide an independent and detailed description of a country's health system, or for the best islands, a geographic unit or a governance unit's health system, and of the reform and policy initiatives in progress or under development. The aim of HITs is to provide relevant information to support policymakers and analysts in the development of health systems and reforms in the countries of the WHO European region and also beyond. So for example, this methodology has also been used in the past for HITs on Mexico or the United States. And these are also widely disseminated and used in academia for teaching and are indexed in Medline. These HITs, when these tools are finished and completed and published, and all of our HITs are available on our website going back for the last 25 years, free open access documents. They examine different approaches to the organization, financing, and delivery of health services, and the role of key health systems actors. They describe the institutional framework for and the processes, content, and implementation of health policy. They highlight challenges in areas requiring more detailed analysis. They provide a tool for disseminating information on health systems. They facilitate the exchange of health reform experiences across countries. They establish a baseline for assessing the impact of new reforms, and they inform comparative analysis. And with a lot of the versions of the HITs. So for example, in addition to this one for the best islands, I was previously the editor for the new HIT that's about the Czech Republic. That was the first update to our older version of that HIT, which was from the year 2015. So also between HITs, between the generations of the editions, one can see the impact that has come from different health systems reforms and can see where progress has been made or where further work needs to be done. So To talk about then using this approach and using this methodology for the best islands is first to have the general overview, which of course many of you are fully aware of this, but it helps just to lay out the context in that VWS is the responsible body for the legislation and organization of the health system in the Caribbean Netherlands since the 2010 reforms. The initial focus of this governance change in the years since 2010 has been to build an accessible system and improve and expand the supply of healthcare for residents of the best islands. There's a broad entitlement package that is laid out in the RASBES regulation. I will spare you all my attempts to pronounce the Dutch language here. And then quite recently, so September 2022, there was a letter to Parliament from the State Secretary that announced the next step in this transition for the health systems of the Caribbean Netherlands. So to build up even further from an accessible system is that to recognize that the health system is not yet equivalent to the level in the European Netherlands, and that therefore VWS aims to work with public entities, providers, residents, and any other stakeholders involved to improve quality, accessibility, and prevention under the term appropriate care. And appropriate care in this context would mean prevent any kind of more expensive care, to move care closer to people's homes in the aspect that that is possible in this context, and to replace care. And that talks about the building up of e-health capabilities, which is also something that Jane touched on in her previous presentation. So the organization and the governance of the BES system is that VWS is the full financer, arranges contracts with providers, and through the Directorate of Care and Youth, or ZGCN, the policy is coordinated. There's implementation of long-term care, social support, and public health that is increasingly becoming the competency of the island's public entities. And in that scope, we are really thrilled to also see this new public report from SEBA, from the SEBA Public Health entity, from the Public Health Department, to also be able to capture a lot of this information and to bring it into a comparison also with what the situation public health-wise is on Statia and also Bonaire. Within the best islands, of course, and outside of them, inter-island care is necessary. So the facilities on the islands are providing medical services, elderly daycare, palliative care, medical aids, mental health care, and disabled care. Some of these are only to be found within or on Bonaire, as the capacities on SEBA and Statia are a bit more limited in that regard. And this is where the inter-island cooperation with St. Martin really comes into play, a very big role, for example. But one other thing is that within monitoring, within evaluation and governance, there's currently no structural data collection on mortality and morbidity to identify leading causes of death on the best islands. So we do have these great analyses, for example, the public health report from SEBA, where we can understand risk factors, but this next step, let's say, to tie in these causes of death data would be a very helpful thing in terms of future health policy making. To talk about the financing and the resources is to show that health expenditure from VWS to the islands has grown more than 60% between 2012 and 2022. That's $164 million in 2022. The visiting specialist system and referrals for care is roughly a quarter of the budget each year. This was a bit higher in the last pre-COVID year, so that was 28% of the VWS budget. In 2002, that was pretty much an even quarter of this for logistical and care costs for off-island care. The top two expenditure locations being the St. Martin Medical Center and the one on Curacao. In terms of human resources, many physicians, nurses, and other health professionals have to be recruited from abroad. That's both from the European Netherlands and beyond, also within the Caribbean. There can be also a high staff turnover, which can be a challenge in itself in terms of the providers having to recruit new people and train them, and if they're leaving maybe after a short time or shorter than expected, then the relationship building in primary care settings, for example, becomes a bit more of a bigger effort. Basic medical equipment is available and maintained, but some more technical equipment is off island. So for Sebastacia, MRI, CT, dialysis machines, patients are then referred to St. Martin. In the broader scope of talking about the Netherlands, this here with the benefits package and the way that VVS funds it is similar to an NHS style system, which is of course different from the system in the European Netherlands, which is based on social health insurance. This is all having to do with the island context, obviously, because this managed competition system that's used in the European Netherlands doesn't work given such few providers or insurers, and therefore that VVS takes on such a centralized role, although competencies for public entities and specifically for public health departments are indeed growing and being built up. So the next steps is that our work is underway. We, as I said, are visiting the islands now and are meeting with everybody here, from the political representation to those working on the provider side, also public health. So see you soon, Jane, actually. When we do publish this at the end of the year, it will be freely available for anybody who wants to see on the observatory website. The full methodology behind the HIT review is the QR code on your left. If you are interested in seeing the standardized template that we do use for any country or geography that we do a HIT for, and if you're interested in any of the other work that the observatory does that pertains to what I presented at the beginning, then that would be the QR code on the right. I think I'm good on time, so I will just say special thanks to all of our co-authors. So that includes Judith and Jane, but then all of the other names that you see here as well. Thank you very much. If you have comments or questions, you can reach me at this email or visit the website.
Nathan, there is one question in the chat. And this says, how does the HIT methodology take immigration and immigration patterns into consideration? And that's, it is probably also because there's a lot of migration going on in this area. So this is a question of one of the...
Well, from the let's say from the insurance perspective and in the context of RASBES, if you are a resident and are registered with the Census Bureau of the Caribbean Netherlands, and you're automatically entitled to the healthcare system. But I'm not sure, perhaps this question is having to do with workforce as well. Maybe the university could elaborate on that.
And
the data I presented was the financing data, right? So that comes for care that was paid for the residents who are registered with the census office. That's the way that the data there works. For any other kind of care that's given to those not registered within that system, then it's either their travel's insurance that's paying for it, or it's the individual paying out of pocket for it.
Well, there are no other questions, I see, and the time is also just in time. So I think the people who attend this meeting, they can go to the poster presentation, then there's a little break, and we go on in this shift the A group in 20 minutes from now. Let me thank you again, Nathan, for your presentation, and thank you everyone for joining this meeting, and hopefully see you in 20 minutes.
Yeah, I'm just going to start off with a short introduction, I think. This is the B parallel sessions. There's going to be 5 sessions in total, but we're going to start with the first 2 speakers. First, we're going to start with Peter Schielen, and then Soraya Verstraeten. I looked at the sessions that are in this parallel P session, and there's a lot of prevention and a lot of screening. I think they're very interesting, and I'm very curious to hear about all your projects. And I think we can start off with Peter Schielen. He's going to talk about the breast cancer screening in Bonaire. I think you guys also gave a presentation last year, and now you're going to give an update. So yeah, you can introduce yourself and start with your session.
So, well, first of all, thank you for the organizer at the Dutch Caribbean Research Week to invite our team again to present on the results of 2 years of breast cancer screening in the Caribbean Netherlands, and more importantly, Bonaire. I am presenting on behalf of an entire RIVM team. So we are at the Dutch National Institute of Public Health and the Environment, and we are part of the Center for Population Screening. The project team is majorly based in Kralendijk, Bonaire, 2 colleagues on Curacao, and the rest is residing in the European part of the Netherlands. And some of you may remember that almost exactly 1 year ago, we were allowed to report on the background and future perspectives of the cancer screening programs in the Caribbean Netherlands. And hopefully in this presentation, we can show some progression and some steps forward. Just to sum up the presentation and for last year and take it from there. And on the left, you see the slides of the 2022 presentation. So do not try to read those. They are just an illustration of the 3 main points of last year's presentation. And primarily in 2018, the Dutch Parliament demanded then Secretary of Ministry of Health, Welfare and Sports, Paul Blokhuis, to make available cancer screening programs that had been common practice for decades in the European Netherlands. And a small screening program, a pilot for breast cancer screening was organized locally on Bonaire in 2019 using a mammography system housed in the Fundación Miryea Hospital. And some 340 clients were included back then before the COVID pandemic ended that pilot early 2020. And then the RIVM Center of Population Research was assigned to organize the screening program more firmly with the team that was installed in October 2020. And breast cancer screening as a program was restarted in May 2021. And we have always seen this as a 3x3 approach, trying to realize screening of 3 programs of 3 islands by the end of 2025. We are kind of on schedule with that, with cervical cancer screening realized in all 3 islands, breast cancer screening on Bonaire and Saba, and possibly within a month also in Statia. Now, the mammography technicians have the same education and the same competence level as European Dutch technicians. And at the start of the program, we had no access to the personal information registry of Bonaire, so the PVV system. And therefore, we used a mix of media, invitational letters, and general practitioners to invite putative participants. And we did realize that it was important to have a single ICT workflow system and database for all 3 screening programs, and we have realized that as well. So that's where we were last year, and we are proud actually to present here the full results of our first year of screening. This is the cover of the English report, which is issued in 4 languages, and you can find that one on the internet, actually on the RIVM website. Now, in the picture on the left, you see our colleagues, both of the screening office and also the technician in the hospital, Fundación Miryea. In a very festive moment, the person in the middle is the 1000th participant of after the restart of the program. And on the right, you see some of the data that is in the monitor. most participants came, as you can see, from the Nikiboko, Antriol, and Terracora districts of Bonaire. These districts are all located in Kralendijk and are the largest districts on Bonaire. We also collect data on language and the age, and that way underrepresentation in certain groups or areas can be evaluated, and possibly we can possibly act on that by using targeted campaigns. And this is the net results of the first year of screening. With almost 1,000 inclusions, the screening program produced 36 results that were referred, and the results of those were followed up to the best of our abilities. And that was allowed by a signed informed consent form. So the participants in this way gave consent to follow up on the diagnosis after referral. Still, we are missing out on 7 diagnostic results, and we're trying our best to get those. Now, as part of the screening procedure, participants were asked a number of questions that could be relevant for the viewing of their mammograms. And these questions were answered on the so-called memo form. And this information is also available to the screening radiologist when he or she reads the mammograms. Now, the answers to the memo forms also revealed interesting information, as shown in this table on the screening or the screening history of participants. Now, it appears that most participants had previous mammograms taken, almost 88%, and 54% of all participants had one taken not more than 3 years ago. Now, why is this relevant? In this table, and this is again taken from the first monitor, the percentages of referrals are indicated. In the second column, the referrals because of a BI-RADS 0 score, which means that additional evaluation is indicated, or a BI-RADS 4-5 score indicating that an anomaly is suspected. Those are depicted in this second column. And for reference, the referral rates for a first screening and follow-up screenings in the European Netherlands program are depicted. Now, the percentage of referral in the first year are lower than the referral rates of first screenings in the European Netherlands. And the possible explanation for that can be that the Caribbean screenings, for the most part, were not first screenings, and the referral rate for first screening is always a little higher. Well, the total numbers of screening are exceptionally low, especially if you compare that to the millions of screenings in European programs. So any speculation, also this one, should be met with some caution, and we need more screening results for statistically solid conclusions. And it is interesting to see what happened since May 2022. And given that it is now June 2023, we actually finalized our second year of screening. And the diagram on the left gives you the full picture in numbers, also including the 2019 data that is meanwhile in the central database. So we can compare and we can connect. And on the vertical axis is the number of mammo screenings per month. And on the horizontal axis, that's the time axis, running from 2019 to 2023. BI-RADS 0 and 4-5 results are indicated in blue and orange. What we seem to experience is a somewhat lower participation in 2022-2023, so the blue bars, as compared to the first year, the green bars. There's a number of explanations for that, one of which is that during the second year, we ceased reaching out to the target population by invitational letter, as we were in the process of acquiring legal permission to use data of the personal data registration system. A temporary provision that we had to use them ceased to exist. Now, at least part of the population apparently now returns on a regular basis, because what we see is that the 2019 participants were also did also participate in 2021. So 227 participants participated in 2019 and 2021. So we seem now to build on a population that returns every 2 years within the program. In total, we now have 1,300 participants, individual ones, which means that we have about a 38% uptake, given that the entire eligible population is 3,400 on Bonaire. That brings me to my last slide. And also to the subtitle of the paper, comparison with a peer-reviewed, with a peer organization. There's so much knowledge on screening in the Caribbean region, and we are grateful for the many partners that we got to know along the way, for the knowledge they shared. And as a token of that, Soraya and I thought it would be good to request for a back-to-back presentation of an emerging program and an established program to show where we can realize synergism in collaboration. And possible areas are listed. It could be the use of data as mutual benchmarks. All materials are translated in 4 languages. That's possibly tedious and could be shared, and we could have a shared workload there. Member technicians working on Curacao and Bonaire are instructed by the same organization, which is the Dutch Reference Center for Breast Cancer Screening, or LRCB, offering possibilities to build more robust workforces through exchange. We could invest in a common cancer registry in the Caribbean region, and we can exchange knowledge on quality assurance, ICT backbone, and workflow systems. I will leave you with that. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Peter. Very interesting presentation about breast cancer screening on the islands. And it's nice to see that you're also looking to work together. I just want to ask the Zoom room if there are any questions for Peter. Don't see any hands. I do have a question, Peter. I was wondering, in the Netherlands, for instance, there's quite a lot of campaigning to do breast screening or HPV screening. I'm wondering how are you guys doing that on the islands, and do you see any difference, or are the people open to it?
So you mean in the European Netherlands there is quite a lot of campaigning?
No, campaigning, like propaganda for doing your screening on the television. You sometimes see a commercial, but also at the
and do you mean there is a lot of that in European Netherlands or in the Caribbean Netherlands?
I would say I noticed it in the European Netherlands. I was wondering how it is in the Caribbean Netherlands.
Well, there you are. That's actually quite a difference. The European Netherlands have a very reluctant policy when it comes to advertise for screening programs. Mainly in the European Netherlands, we try to inform, and actually inform at the moment of invitation. It's quite different in the Caribbean Netherlands, and especially, first of all, we started without having access to the PIFA system, so we couldn't work with individual invitations, meaning that we had to work, and this is really the work of my colleagues in the publicity department. We had to work with other channels, with Facebook, with folders, with going to markets, with mouth-to-mouth spreading of the fact that these screening programs actually arrived at the Caribbean islands. And that's really quite different from the European Netherlands situation. Whether it should stay that way, we don't know. We are starting to work from PIFA in the next coming month, and actually are doing that already. And maybe it's part of maturity of the program to not do that, to not blatantly advertise for screening programs. On the other hand, could also be that it is very fitting for the cultural environment of the Caribbean islands and that we maintain that level of advertising. But there are certainly differences, and it would be a beautiful subject for research to see what those differences are and whether they are functional or not.
Yeah, thank you,
Long
Peter.
answer, sorry.
No, no worries. It's interesting. I didn't know there was so many cultural differences, and I understand now why there's also that difference. So that's thank you for explaining.
You're quite welcome.
All right. There are no further questions. I think we can go to the next presentation. I think that also has a lot of similarities with your presentation, Peter. So
I see that Frank Ho-Kang-Yu has a comment. Right?
This is Janice Ho-Kang-Yu. I'm with Stichting Bob Aruba, which is the breast cancer screening in Aruba. And what I wanted to say is that we follow the LRCB. We work with the LRCB. We've worked with them since 2016. And we also follow the way that Holland does the invitations by letter. We had outcomes from what you have in Bonaire, like 38%, 40%, very low. But during COVID, we had to switch to calling people back who could not make it when the time they were supposed to come. And what happened then is the rate has gone up. So by calling people and making personal appointments versus the way the LRCB was set up, like in Holland, where you send somebody a letter with an appointment, given an appointment, people just didn't bother to show up and didn't bother to cancel the reservation they had, appointment they had. So we are seeing now a turnaround in people attending to coming to the appointments. Just wanted to.
So personal touch does matter, and
yes.
and yeah, thanks.
That's thank you very much for that contribution. I think it's very nice to learn from each other and different approaches. So thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm going along with the presentation of Soraya Verstraeten. She is going to give a presentation about 10 years of breast cancer population screening in Curacao. So I think that's an interesting topic to keep talking about. So Soraya, you can share your screen. I'll give the presentation.
Thank you, Miryea. So I'm just picking up my presentation. I think the screen is shared now. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I want to say greetings and thank you for joining us. It's my great pleasure to continue the presentation on breast cancer screening from Peter and add from the perspective of Curacao, where the screening programs have been implemented and are run by the Caribbean Prevention Center, also known as the Fundación Prevención. In the past 2 years, I've been working as the quality manager and a researcher there. And today I would like to show you the preliminary results of the 10-year evaluation of the population breast cancer screening program from Curacao. But to get there, I'd first like to tell you what the Fundación Prevención does. So what my colleagues and me do is run organized cancer screening programs for breast, cervix, and colon cancer for the early detection of these diseases. And we do that for the benefit of public health, because the earlier we detect these tumors, the better chances there are that they are treatable. And a large difference with your regular mammograms or pap tests is that we regularly invite people with a certain demographic to participate in these programs. Moreover, we base our programs on so-called best practices, such as regular quality evaluations, to increase the effectiveness of our programs In other words, when we reach more people who participate, we can optimize the quality of our processes, detect more cancers in an earlier phase, and hence, hopefully save more lives. Next to the cancer screening programs, we also do scientific research that supports that evidence-based approach to improve cancer screening programs, to stimulate research on prevention and lifestyle medicine, and we do that in partnership with the University of Curacao. And we actively disseminate our results through presentations such as these, or publications in scientific journals, and our year plan. So when I started as a quality manager, a frequently asked question that I've been asked is, how are we doing? So to answer that, we first have to look at where we started. Because just like in the Netherlands, breast cancer is the most common form of cancer among women in Curacao. The incidence is about 100 cases per year out of a population of 150, 160,000, which varies per year. And as you can see in the graph here, the number of cases, the number of new cases increases steadily with age, with a fallback in the age category of 75 to 79. Possible reason for that is that, for that finding, is that at the age of 75 is also the cutoff age for regular mammographies. And every year, an average of 28 women die from this disease in Curacao. So our population screening was one of the first organized screening programs in the region and has many similarities with the Dutch approach, because experts from the Netherlands have contributed to the implementation of the program and continue to be involved in quality assurance, which is done by the Dutch Center NRCB. With this, we gratefully make use of the knowledge and expertise that was built up in the Netherlands, where this program was implemented nationwide in 1989. And during the whole program, which starts from the selection of the target population on the left-hand side of the graph, with to the referral for further diagnostics after mammography on the right-hand side, we use Dutch guidelines and quality standards as guiding principles. So it starts with an invitation. Every 2 years, we invite women between the ages of 45 and 75 to participate in a program. And to this end, we select the potential clients from an overview of the basic administration of the island town hall, which we call Kanchi. And then we send the invitation by post to their address. The screening itself consists of taking 4 breast images on a digital 2D or since 2020 on a 3D mammograph. And the mammograms are reviewed by 2 radiologists who decide in agreement whether the participant in question should be referred or not. And if that consensus is not reached, a 3rd radiologist will assess the mammograms in question. There are 3 options after for getting results. One is no anomalies are found, fortunately in most cases, and then the participant will receive a new invitation after 2 years. And in the case of an ambiguous or a positive result, the participant is referred for further examination. Over the years, we found that the context of Curacao brings with it challenges that are less or not applicable in the Netherlands, and it mostly affects the first part of the program, so the invitation or the coverage of the program, and the last part, the referrals, which I will elaborate on during the following slides. This figure shows the evolution of the participation rate over the years between 2010 and 2020. In that time period, we sent almost 135,000 invitations by letter, and somewhat more than 55,000 women were screened. We started off with 880 women in the first year, 2010. It rose to 8,700 in 2015 and gradually decreased to 6,500 in the corona year of 2020. But if we would calculate the participation rate as a function of the number of invitation, as is commonly done, as we just heard from our colleague from Bob Aruba, this would lead to a participation rate of 41%. But it would be, however, not be suitable for the situation in Curacao, because we know that the basic administration of Kanchi does not give an up-to-date or accurate overview of the target population. This is, for example, because mutations such as relocations and new street names are not processed in a timely manner. An added challenge is that we know that the letters that we send by postal mail sometimes receive the people with a large delay. So what one of my colleagues, Janine van Ierland, did was a follow-up call with 122 invited women, which showed that 6 weeks after sending the invitation, only 60% of the women had actually received the letter. So under the assumption that that percentage does not differ during the years, it can be roughly calculated that the participation rate would be if 100% of the invitation letters arrived. Then the corrected participation rate of breast cancer screening would be between 64 and 74%. These described challenges of mail delivery are, by the way, not only found in Curacao, but it's a common theme in many countries in the American region. To optimize the invitation process, however, we would like to know how many women do not participate after they have actually received an invitation from us. And that is the reason that we will start with a pilot study for WhatsApp invitations this year. The second part of the program is the referrals that I would like to, of the numbers that I would like to show is the referrals. And in a period of 2010 to 2020, more than 4,000 women were referred for further examination. And that referral rate, as you can see on the red line, on the green line here, varied greatly over the years. It started off quite high with an average of 92 women per 1,000 screened between 2010 and 2013. And since 2015, it dropped and it has been relatively stable with an average of 42 women per 1,000 screening examinations. But this is still somewhat higher than in the Netherlands, where only 20 to 30 women per 1,000 examinations are referred. So an important question we would like to ask ourselves for the evaluation of the program is whether the number of women who are referred is in balance with the number of women which are actually diagnosed with breast cancer. But in order to make a reliable statement about this, it is essential that at least 95% of the final screening results are known per calendar year. But that completeness of follow-up data has been very hard to achieve, because unlike in the Netherlands, there is no cancer registry on the islands and no policy framework for the exchange of data between healthcare organizations in the context of population screening. Instead, through a variety of screening radiologists, general practitioners, hospital and laboratory staff, and sometimes the referred clients themselves, we find out the diagnosis, which is, as you can imagine, a rather time-consuming process. There are, however, indications that the organized screening program in Curacao, as it's run now, is effective in the early detection of breast cancer among the population. For example, a 2020 study from Irene Porthuis showed that compared to the opportunistically screened women, the women screened at the Fondation Prévision showed a more favorable early clinical stage of invasive breast cancer. However, the number of the DCIS diagnosis in organized screening is also increased. And DCIS stands for ductal carcinoma in situ, which is a precancerous non-invasive lesion that may or may not eventually lead to cancer, but which can lead to overtreatment. Based on this shift,
Is this your last slide?
Almost, yes.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Based on the shift and based on other available data on incidence and mortality, we could estimate a reduction in breast cancer mortality with the Dutch MIFSCAN model by the Erasmus Medical Center. These calculations indicate that the effectiveness of the program equates to 5 to 7 fewer deaths per year among Curacao women, an estimated reduction of 12 to 17%. But these estimates do not yet consider the correction for participation. The conclusions are, based on the first evaluation, that the program seems to be effective, and further improving would require an update of the population register or an alternative innovative methods, a policy framework for the exchange of follow-up information, and a cancer registry. And with some of these improvements, we're well on our way. We start with it in this year. We start with a pilot study for the WhatsApp invitations, and the RIVM, the colleagues from the RIVM started with cancer registry for the Dutch Caribbean. But other collaborations we could work on together with the other organizations that do cancer screening, like Bob Aruba and the Sint Maarten Medical Screening, the Sint Maarten Medical Center, are for the workflow management system, so the ICT aspects, for the management of the program, but also for the collection of data. We could collaborate on the training of radiographers and radiologists, on communication, like Peter just mentioned, and on sharing of technical capacity for the evaluation of programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Soraya. Very interesting presentation. I think it also added to the presentation of Peter, and also the question that was, or the addition that was brought on earlier about how to communicate and how to get people to do the screenings, but also very insightful on the referral process. Due to time, I don't think we have a very much time for questions. If there are any very needed questions, I think we can come in contact with each other. I think it's very interesting to just stay in touch with each other and really improve each other's healthcare screening processes, and I think we can learn from each other. There was a question from Chris Goodhart if the slides are being shared. I don't know from the organization if they can answer that question, whether or not the slides are being shared. But I think this Dutch Caribbean Research Week is a good place to stay in contact with each other.
Just very briefly, we got a request from the organization whether it would be possible to share the slides. So apparently they will be shared at some point.
Thank you very much for this very insightful presentations. And for the rest of the people, if there are any questions or you have further discussion points, I think you can get in contact with us or with.
Please reach out.
Yeah, please reach out.
Today we have poster pitches on the theme of health and healthcare. These poster pictures will be brought to you by Saskia Franken from the University of Aruba. Saskia, I see that you're there. Could you unmute yourself? Hello? Do you hear me?
Hi. Yes, I can hear you. I hope you can hear me as well.
Now I can hear you too. Good that, that we hear each other. Are you ready for your pitch?
Yes, I am.
You know it's gonna be 1 minute.
Okay.
And how did you prepare for this pitch to make sure that it was within the 1 minute?
Honestly, I looked up a YouTube video with some tips because I exercised doing pitches, but the 1 minute thing was new for me. So I really paid attention to stay within time. Yeah.
Nice. Okay. Well, I hope that this YouTube video helped you a lot. And I think it's time to make practice perfect. Are you ready? We'll
Yes,
have a small clock, and as soon as the clock starts ticking, you can start speaking. So let's insert the clock into the meeting. 1 second, see if the clock is coming.
No, that's okay.
1, 2, go.
Okay. Adolescents who drink sugary drinks run the risk of, for example, developing dental decay and weight gain. Water drinking, on the other hand, is essential for our health. Literature shows that promoting water drinking can discourage young people from choosing sugary drinks. Therefore, we examine factors that shape youth's water drinking behavior. Our study focused on young people from Aruba and the Netherlands. Almost 1,600 adolescents participated, and we conclude that young people from Aruba and the Netherlands do not follow the advisory guidelines to drink 8 glasses a day of non-caloric fluids, and future water drinking promotion campaigns could and should enhance youth's motivation to drink water, especially in Aruba, and involving the social influence of peers is a useful and a practical campaign strategy, especially in Aruba as well. Thank you.
Wow, that's worth a round of applause. So everybody behind your screen start clapping, because Saskia, Frankie, you did a great job. You were within a minute. You gave all the facts that we needed for your poster pitch.
Pas geland. Nachtenlang lig ik hier wakker van. Mi país, douche. Met beide handen omarm ik je. Jouw bries bevrijdt me. Jouw warmte zal me terug laten komen, want ik ben ver van weg geweest. Divi bomen, onze trots. Wij je één kant op. De passaatwind neemt haar mee. Eenrichtingsverkeer en de tijd is passé. Want tijd vullen wij anders in. Tranquilo mami. Visserbootjes die langs varen. Uren zijn ze in het rijden met moeder aarde. Aan het einde van de dag moet er eten komen op tafel. De wegen kennen lange paden, gaten. Hou je stuur goed vast en stop langs de weg voor even. De beste lokale restaurantjes zullen de tijd van je leven geven. Liefde gaat door de maag. Goed eten kunnen we als de beste. Daar zit geen rem op. Soepen zijn heilig voor ons. Oxtail of pik. Cassave en potatoes ernaast. Chicken lemon John cake vraagt: wie is de baas? Een nationale dish. Vraag je het aan de locals, serveren ze een fungi met fried fish. Gebakken banaan, saté, stoba, ribs. Alles op de grill. Dumplings, saltfish, rice and beans. Het representeert wie we zijn. Karko, onze zeeslak, die halen we tegenwoordig uit Suriname. Die willen ze toch niet. Laat het onze kant maar opvaren. We bewaren onze delicatessen als laatste. Bolo preto op speciale gelegenheden. Want zwart zijn is een privilege. Ook al laten ze ons anders denken. Tula, Bonnie, Virginia. Een van onze helden. Voor een vrijere wereld gingen zij over grenzen. In de hoop dat onze generatie het beter zou doen. Vraag je het aan mij? Is er genoeg werk om te doen. Want Amerika, wat zij hebben, dat moeten wij ook doen. Mooie kleding, watchas, patas, al op in die lifestyle. My bitch is better dan de jouwe. Onze vrouwen gaan mee met de Europese normen. We rouwen. Fully natural kunnen we al lang niet meer waarderen. Ver waar we vandaan komen is hetgeen dat we eren. Zolang de buitenkant gefixt is, kunnen we van binnen gebroken blijven. En wanneer er een buiopkomst is en we alle viezigheid van ons afspoelen, rollen de druppels langs onze wangen. Niemand zal ons opvangen. We zakken naar de grond en bidden voor betere dagen. Vraag de Heer om over onze naasten te waken. Mens, adem en laat het eruit. Veel hebben onze zielen te verdragen. Onze soldaten die paraderen op de straten, want familie staat op nummer 1. Op de hoek van de straat wachten de dames van de nachtje op. Meneer, heb je even tijd voor mij? Ik heb iets lekkers bij mij. Kleine jongens die voor een zakcentje hun leven zouden geven. Op de loeren wie zijn zakken ze kunnen legen. Is geweld nodig? Dan moet het maar. Thuiskomen zonder is geen optie. Mama die huilt. Papa die schuilt om de hoek. Waar drank, verdriet en humor samenkomen. Waar woorden doorboren, recht door het hart. Geen filter. Aan het einde van de dag kunnen we erom lachen. Familie betekent alles voor ons. Op papa's erf waar ieder bijeenkomt. Rummy cup of kaarten. We zijn gedreven en gaan door tot het gaatje. Onze Toomba brengt ons samen. De muziek, die leidt me. Ik geef me over. En bid dat morgen iets mooiers heeft te beloven.
Good morning, good afternoon. We are going to continue with this parallel session. We again have two speakers. Each of them has 15 minutes, so it's a challenge to stay within it. Let's hope there will be time for questions after everyone. So first we're going to give the floor to Sarah Van de Velde. And the next speaker in this session will be Sherritza Peterson. And I'll introduce Sherritza later on. So Sarah, please, can you start with your presentation on agriculture in Bonaire?
Yes, thank you. So as you said, I'm Sarah, and I did my research last year about implementing community urban agriculture in Bonaire. I did it as my graduation research for both Wageningen University and TU Delft University. And the goal was to develop guidelines to set up and design sustainable urban agriculture in Bonaire, the Caribbean, by using participatory action research. The research problem is that Bonaire is a small island, and most of the island is dependent on imported food. So every 2 weeks, there is a ship that delivers fruit and vegetables mostly, because of course you cannot really store it and it's not really produced on the island itself. And that also results that 60% of the population is overweight, but also has a lot of health negative effects and problems there. And as previous research has shown that accessibility and the use of healthy foods are a problem in Bonaire. And that's also why the local government of the island is interested in finding new ways for agriculture, to produce agriculture on the island itself. And the local government, as you can see on top, it's called LVV, Landbouw, Veeteelt, Visserij. And it's part of the Dutch government, but it also has its own system. And that's why I was part of, I did my internship, my research for them, and it was located in the middle of the islands. And there's mostly a need for information on new ways of farming. As you can see in my next slide, they started a community project to have community gardens, the local agriculture departments. And as you can see on the image as well, like it's a very harsh climate for agriculture. You have a lot of winds. That's why you have those windbreakers. So the small plants are being thrown over, but you also have a lot of animals that are walking through the islands, like goats and sheep, goats and donkeys and iguanas. They're eating the small plants. And also, of course, the dry climate with not a lot of rain. So you can also see the black wire here. Was for water. And the water now is mostly desalinated, but it's very expensive as well. So producing plants in agriculture is not easy at all on the island. But when I did my research for them, there was already a community garden called Nos Me Spor, which means we can do it ourselves. And it was already happening when I went to Bonaire, but it was not working very well. As you can see on the map, only the orange spots were people who had really started planting or really changing the soil. And there's not so many plots from the 42 in total. And it was going on for like 4 months. So there was, the government asked me as well to do research on how to make this project more successful and how to have more people active involved and to really start agriculture, because all the plots could be rented out by inhabitants of the islands. And that's when I did my research. But the question was then, what are strategies to set up and design a sustainable urban agriculture community practice on the LVV that is successful in Bonaire by using participatory action research? And it was actually a two-way goal that I wanted to aim with this research, was to study and to spread knowledge on setting up and designing also community agriculture. And by being part of this project called Nosmespor, I was able to also change and not only produce research, but also really change to have action on the island itself, to have people produce more vegetables and have them harvest something. And then there was also split in the process. So how do you do the participatory process? So how do you involve people? How do you bring people together? How do you really create a community or the community gardens? And also the other hand, you also had the guidelines for the product. So how does a garden need to look like? What are essential design elements to have like a garden in such a hard climate? And by being part of this project and really having action, I was also able to produce knowledge that could be used in other locations on the islands to also have community gardens there. And also focus there on like real the process. So how do you involve people? How do you work together with them? And also how should the design of the garden look like? And it was actually the two aims throughout my whole research. And then the method I used for that, as I said before, was participatory action research. That was really being part of the community of as how much possible it was, of course. Because when I did my context research to really analyze the island and see what was happening there, many people told me that many people go there to produce research, to gather data, to gather information, but not really a lot is changing. It's a small island with more or less 30,000 people. And there are like many processes going on from Delft, they're Wageningen, but it's not really not much is happening on the island itself. So I tried to also create action to really change something while I was there for 3 months. So not just to gather data, but also really change something. So that's what meant that I also was working the garden. I also harvested some like watermelons, I also planted some seeds, but I was also part of the WhatsApp group. I also had some casual conversation with the participants when I saw them, weekly meetings. So I was really trying to be involved as much as possible. Of course, I also did the research part, so really interviewing and observing to reproduce guidelines, and also really create action. So also to share my insights that I gathered from other projects that were happening in Curacao. For example, to also share it with the participants of this project, to also have them learn something about how they can do it better or how they can grow better vegetables, to not only keep the information for myself, to also really share it while I was there. And the goal of this method is also to really create social change, so really actions, really something is moving on the island. And I did workshops for that, focus groups, so really interactive methods of sharing. And then I had different research phases in that. So I also started with critical reflection, so really seeing what was going on, what was already happening, the context of Bonaire, but also why was the project Nosmespor not happy? Why was it not successful? Why were people not really motivated to participate? And then I went more into like the research. So I had some learnings from examples from Curacao, because there were already some community gardens working, but also one case study in Bonaire itself. And I tried to gather all of that information, and then more like my third phase was the strategic planning phase, to really see all the data I gathered, how can I really make guidelines or the process steps from it. And by making that, I was able to create action by sharing that knowledge with the members of Nosmespor, to also have them learn about the information I gathered, to not just keep it for myself. So I had a group discussion, but also workshop with the participants and organization. And all of that was also important, as I said before, to also really create action, to create change. So for example, it was very important to have weekly meetings to see all the participants on a regular basis. So we implemented it, weekly meetings, but also, for example, the social hub was important. So a bench was placed to create more like a social vibe. And as you see, it's a circle that keeps on going, continuous circle. And then, so it was also important to reflect of all the actions that happened. So also able to do that with the group to see like all the actions that happened, what did it change, how should it be done in the future. And then I was able to go to one reflection session. And of course, ideally it should be kept on going, but my time was limited, sadly. And then you can see some pictures what I did. So it was really like, as I said, working the garden, planting some herbs, some vegetables, learned a lot about agriculture there as well, part of the WhatsApp group. But also like really like, as I said before, so sharing the knowledge I gathered in like a work group or like how to make community gardens. And I also talked with other companies, organizations on the island, like ECHO, who's working with the nature there. I also learned about new ways of planting, like food forest, the plants that were happening, interviews with people from Curacao. So it was a very dynamic, interactive process. And that all resulted in, so the action that I made, so really changing stuff while I was there, and also the knowledge, but the action I was able to really design a plan for the community garden, Los Mes Sport, to really, with guidelines that were very important, like for example, an elevated path for when it's like the wet season. So the plants should be protected from the water. But also that while I was there, also people were able to really produce plants and to make plants like watermelons and pumpkins, and also the social hub I talked about. They also have like a place to bench to create people more being connected with each other. And I was also able to share my knowledge with other people, the government from the island, from other departments, to see how this could be implemented in other locations. So I really tried to change stuff while I was there, as you can see on this picture very clearly. So there were 2 plots from 2 participants who were very not being used when I arrived, but in the end, they were very active, very participatory. So a lot of change in like 3 months' time. So plants were planted, harvested, a pond was made, greenhouse. So many things changed while producing the research. And then I also had my second part that was then, of course, also gathering the knowledge that could be used in other locations on the island. So there was the process map I designed to set up community gardens on other locations in Bonaire. And then mostly sustainability was very important to not only create a community garden now, but also a community garden that could work 20 years from now or 50 years. And the most important thing there was that it's necessary to have milestones, so really steps that should be taken before going into a next phase, like, for example, facilitators to really guide the process, or to create a team of participants, a core team that is very connected with each other. And I was also able to develop guidelines for the design of the garden itself to really make it successful, so that it's also, for example, safe, so that you should build a border fence around it, or that you should prevent people from throwing waste inside the garden because that attracts other animals, and that these guidelines can also be used on other locations, hopefully on the island, to make community gardens. And what I wanted to say with this presentation, mostly what I noticed while I was doing research, that it was very important to analyze the context and the people who were already living there. It was also the first time me going to the Caribbeans, and by the beginning really talking to the people there and understanding what was already happening, I was able to choose these participatory action methods that really helped me to get people involved and really develop something together and to design something together, and also changing something while I was there. And it was something I never have thought of before going, that it should be so important. And also as a researcher, you should be flexible, of course, by changing your whole approach, by really adapting to the local context. And as I said, I was only there for 3 months, and I did my research for 5 months. So of course it was not done. So future research on community gardens should be conducted to really test out all the actions that happened and to reflect better on it and to keep on changing in the future, so it can keep on living. And as I say in Populens, Masha Danki, that was my presentation.
Thank you, Sarah, for your presentation. I don't see questions in the chat, so I want to ask you one. we invited you in the healthcare or health and healthcare segment, and you also put you presented your research in that. Could you elaborate a little bit more about how your research is connected to health and healthcare? And you have, I think, less than 2 minutes to do so.
Okay. So as I said in the beginning, that you noticed that there was a lot of problems with like being people overweight and a lot of health problems in that issue. Because there's not a lot of fruit and vegetables. It's all imported. There's not a lot of available. And as I said, the local government really wants to increase that as well, to also make the health sector more important, like better, and have people more healthy living, and also being more outside, and also the social factor of being together more, working together. So it was more like indirect connected to health, but it really has a big influence, of course, because the diet was not so healthy there, or is not so healthy, due to the lack and also the high prices of fruit and vegetables. So it was really like a very important topic. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for your answer. Okay, this is it for now. So I'm just checking if there were other questions.
Yeah, yes.
Thank you so much, Sarah. And now we go for something completely different.
Yeah.
Because we're going to Sherritza Peterson, and she's going to give a presentation on research on sexting. So, and Sherritza, can I ask you to start your presentation?
Thank you very much, Judith. Thank you once again for allowing us to participate in this research conference. The title of this research study is The Parental Knowledge of the Risk Factors of Youth Sexting. My name is Sherritza Peterson, and I am honored to present here today with my former professor and Dr. Zuri Maurice Allen. So some background information about me. I am a social worker employed at the Student Support Services Division of St. Martin. SSSD is a division within the Ministry of Education, Culture, Youth, and Sport, and SSSD offers a host of core services, including counseling, speech therapy, parent education, parent support, career guidance, and crisis support to schools. And for my inspiration, what inspired me to actually conduct this study is that as a social worker and professional school counselor in training, I have seen firsthand the devastating effects of sexting among adolescents, especially their families, when these images get circulated within the community too as well. And because of my work as SSSD, these experiences have inspired me to research parents' knowledge about the risk factors of teen sexting. And I now turn over the floor to Dr. Allen for his segment of the presentation.
Pleasant good day, everyone. I too am delighted to be a part of this presentation, and I am viewing Ms. Peterson like a proud papa as her former professor and program director in the Master of Arts in School Counseling program at the University of the Virgin Islands. I serve as an assistant professor of education there, and again as program director of the Master of Arts in School Counseling program. I have been inspired by Ms. Peterson's interest and enthusiasm in the topic that is being presented today, and I look forward to hearing many more great things about her as a future researcher on this topic, as well as many others. So, the research problem. Secondary and high school students are developing in the face of a digitized world, inclusive with its own culture and mode of conduct. Moreover, while most teens utilize digital media for entertainment, educational, or social reasons, unfortunately, some youth engage in a behavior known as sexting. And although we have an idea as to what sexting is, the purpose of this study was to ascertain whether or not parents understood the risk factors associated with youth sexting on the island of St. Martin. And again, although we have a general idea as to what sexting means or what it entails, the professional literature defines sexting as sending sexually explicit images, text messages, or videos via cell phones or other electronic devices. And of course, today's youth, are literally tied to their cell phones and other electronic devices. I have an adolescent who is on his iPhone or iPad or Kindle, most of the day, and I'm doing my best to better regulate his electronic device use. So when it regards previous work on this topic, the Pew Research Center indicated that 75% of teenagers in the United States had access to a cell phone back in 2010. More recently, in 2018, approximately 95% of teenagers in the United States have access to cell phones or another type of electronic device. Now, while these percentages are from the United States, I would dare argue that, or suggest that you would see comparable percentages in countries that are more technologically advanced and or savvy. Results from a meta-analysis of 39 studies with over 110,000 participants between ages 12 and 17 revealed that the rate of receiving sext messages, or sext as they are called, was higher than the prevalence of sending them. Okay, so between 12 and 17, students received sext messages or sexts more than sending. The same study found no significant sex differences in the rate of sending or receiving sext. They also found that youth were more likely to send and receive sext with increasing age. And that only makes sense, because as students or youth become more knowledgeable about, aware of, or have more exposure to sexually charged images and information, it warrants that they may be more likely to send and receive sext messages with increasing age. Other previous work. A study in Belgium conducted a few years ago found that sexting primarily takes place through applications exclusive to smartphones, such as Snapchat and WhatsApp. Participants see these applications as more convenient, safe, and a more informal means of sexting than other mediums, such as email, or among youth today, the archaic Facebook, okay? And this is the case regardless of the actual risk of unauthorized distribution. The study also found that sexting was indicative of smoking and substance abuse, that sexting was influenced by peer pressure, as well as peer group dynamics. And finally, this particular study found that sexting mostly occurs with the intention to flirt or within the context of romantic relationships. So, sexting mostly occurs when youth want to, tantalize or to flirt with, someone who is of interest, or when they are intimately engaged, meaning having romantic relationships with others.
So youth sexting and the law. So St. Martin is an autonomous country within the Kingdom of the Netherlands, and therefore certain legal frameworks and international human rights treaties that are applicable to the Netherlands are also applicable to us on the island. An example include the Convention of the Rights of the Child, as well as the Convention of the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. Now, as it relates to youth sexting on the island, in the Netherlands, the abuse of sexual images had been explicitly labeled a criminal offense since January 1st, 2020. And as it relates to the St. Martin justice system, according to the St. Martin Youth and Morals Department, the sharing and possession of pornographic content involving youth under the age of 18 is considered child pornography under the law and below the specific laws that are applicable. These include Article 2, 195, aanbieden van en so forth, van pornografie aan jeugdigen, so providing pornography to youth. Article 2, 196, jeugdigen gebruiken voor pornografie, using use for pornographic reasons.
There is a paucity of literature that speaks to sexting in general, but more specifically to parental knowledge, awareness, and involvement to prevent or to hurt sexting activity among their youth. So while most studies listed above or discussed previously focused on the psychological, social, and legal impact of youth sexting, there is a void in the literature as it relates to parental knowledge of the risk factors of youth sexting, as well as parents' involvement in guiding adolescents as a preventative intervention. In all of the studies previously discussed that were reviewed, the interventions were focused almost exclusively on youth.
The theoretical framework I utilized for this study was grounded theory. And Crestwell 2014 defined grounded theory as a design from sociology in which the researcher derives a general abstract theory of a process, action, or interaction grounded in the views of participants. This process involved multiple stages of data collection and the refinement and interrelationship of categories of information. And the methodology I use is I utilize a descriptive purposive sample of 140 parents of secondary/high school student age 12 to 17 who were recruited to complete a self-administered survey. A structured questionnaire was used to examine the following areas: parental knowledge of the risk factors, including social, psychological, and legal implications of youth sexting, parents' comfort level of addressing the topic with their children, and whether parents know where to seek help to report sexting-related offenses involving minors. And this questionnaire was developed by my person and consisted of a 20-item survey, consisted of a combination of dichotomous questions and Likert type rating scales. And both nominal data and ordinal data were utilized in the study. So the gender of the parent participants, here we can see that the majority were female at 82.9%, followed by male at 17.1%. And parental educational level, we see that the majority of parents possessed a secondary school diploma, associate's degree, followed by bachelor's, master's, trade school diploma, primary school, and a doctorate degree. Here we see the methodology, the children's gender of age range. The majority of the children from the parents we surveyed are female at 63.6%, followed by male at 46.4%. And the age range of the children were between 12 to 14, those were the highest age range, followed by 15 to 17. So for the first research question, do parents understand the psychological implications of youth sexting. Here we see that the majority of parents, we see that the results show that 83% of fathers and 86% of mothers surveyed believe that they understand the psychological implications of sexting. So for the second research, the second part of research question 1, do parents understand the social implications of youth sexting? We see that the results indicate that almost 90% of fathers, 88%, and mothers at 89%, so those who responded strongly agree, believe that they are knowledgeable of the social implication of sexting. Do parents understand the legal implications of sexting? Here we see as well that almost 96% of fathers and 92% of mothers who indicated via strongly agree or agree believe that they understand the legal implications of teen sexting. And for research question 2, the results show that 75% of fathers and 59% of mothers surveyed believe that their children are comfortable discussing sexually sensitive topics with them. So for the third research question, the data show that 96% of surveyed fathers and 92% of surveyed mothers believe that they are comfortable talking up to their youth about the consequences of sexting. And for the fourth research question, do parents know where to report sexting-related offenses involving minors? Here we see that 67% of fathers indicated yes, and 51% of surveyed mothers know where to report sexting-related offenses involving minors.
So the findings suggest that the majority of parents, regardless of gender, understand the risk factors and consequences of youth sexting. However, there appear to be some slight gender differences, and further research and replication of the study should be conducted so that it can be determined whether the what appears to be slight gender differences are indeed statistically significant. You're muted, Ms. Peterson.
Thank you. So the conclusion and importance of this study. So we believe that the foundation of education begins at home. Therefore, this study focused on the nation's first educators, that is, parents/guardians, to stimulate their role in education and protection of their youth in regard to the risk factors of sexting. It is our hope that the information will be utilized to educate and empower parents as well as educators and other school personnel to effectively address this phenomenon within the home and school environment. And it's also important to note that the results are not generalizable to other Dutch Caribbean islands. However, the information and results may be valuable for future studies. And these are the references we utilize. And our contact information. And we would like to thank you once again for your time and attention.
Many thanks for the opportunity.
Well, thank you again for the presentation. Unfortunately, we're already over time. 1 minute, but still. So, and I don't see other questions. So I would wrap it up with thanking Ms. Peterson and Mr. Allen for their presentation.
All right, welcome everyone back. I hope you guys enjoyed the intermezzo. Just waiting for everyone to connect. I think everyone has connected at the moment. So I think we should just start with the third session of this parallel session B. And on the other side, we have Lilly Verhagen from St. Martin, I'm assuming. Yes. They will give a presentation on the respiratory tract infection in children in St. Martin. There's new insights requiring policy changes. Very interested in your presentation, Lilly. So you guys can introduce yourselves and start the presentation.
Yes, so let me start by saying that this is really a team effort. So my name is indeed Lilly Verhagen. I'm a pediatrician, infectious disease and immunology subspecialist. I work at the Radboud UMC in Nijmegen and each year temporarily in St. Maarten Medical Center, where I'm currently based in the conference room with others involved in this project. Online also you'll find Martijn Tilanis, the pediatrician with whom I set up this research project, staff pediatrician at St. Maarten Medical Center. And I see that also Rakin Steingrover, medical microbiologist, has joined us online, who's also been involved in this project from the very beginning. And then two people from SLS, Gabriel O'Donnell and Cherina Fleming, and our ENT rotating specialists have been involved, as well as three interns, research interns up until now. And one of them is actually sitting next to me, Nika Stasny. So our project is on respiratory tract infections in children in St. Martin, indeed. And this study that we started about 1.5 years ago is the RISE study. And it's a collaboration between St. Martin Medical Center and the Radboud University in Nijmegen, the Netherlands. And our objective really is to get insight into the local epidemiology of respiratory tract infections, given that there's such a high prevalence of respiratory tract infections in children on the islands. St. Martin Medical Center. So I just said a high prevalence. What I mean with that? Well, if you look back at the outpatient consultations from 2022, from all of the consultations, the ones that were really specified as a respiratory tract infection, that's already 25%. And then I haven't even counted all the ones that came in with fever, for example, which is then also due to a respiratory tract infection. So it's really like one of the most commonest, not to say the most common diagnosis here in children under 18. The RISE study actually contains 3 parts. And this project, the one that we will be presenting here, is only the first part. We call it RISE Surveillance. The 2 other sub-projects are RISE Prospective. So just to shortly elucidate on that, that's a study where we include children prospectively when they are admitted with a respiratory tract infection, and we look to see whether saliva sampling is of additional value in the diagnosis of what infection we are dealing with. And then we have the RISE ENT study, which is in collaboration with the ENT, ear, nose, and throat doctors, where we look in more detail at mucosal immunology in tonsils and adenoids if they are removed from children that undergo surgery here. So I won't be talking about those 2 sub-projects, but I will be talking about RISE Surveillance in the rest of my presentation. So the background is that while respiratory infection epidemiology has been studied a lot in children worldwide, and particularly so obviously after our interest was peaked during the COVID pandemic. And we mostly know a lot about epidemiology in temperate climates, and we know much less about epidemiology in tropical climates, and even less so on islands. While you can imagine that the island epidemiology is quite different from epidemiology in countries that are less isolated geographically. And what is basically done here in St. Martin is that the preventive measures that we take for some infections, for example, the flu vaccine, the timing of it is basically copy-pasted from the Netherlands. So we give the flu shot to people that require a flu shot here when they also give it in the Netherlands. Same thing for RSV prophylaxis, which is a passive prophylaxis that we give to premature children. So when you are born, early, you're extra susceptible to get a specific infection that's an RSV infection. So we give you a prevention for that, but also that prevention, we have copy-pasted the timing of it here from the timing in the Netherlands. And while maybe the local epidemiology of these viruses is very different. So that was one of the main reasons that drove us to investigate this. And so this is a retrospective, a surveillance study. We included all children between September 2018 and April 22, which is until when we have the data so far. And this obviously included the COVID pandemic. So here in St. Martin, and this is something that Martijn Tielaens has really driven over the past years. The use of the biofire respiratory panel has become common practice when a child is admitted with a respiratory tract infection. And what is this? It's basically a panel to look at mostly viruses and then 3 bacteria. So you just take a nasal sample from a child that is admitted with a respiratory infection, and then within a very short time period, you get a result as to what viruses are in the nose of that child. And these are the viruses that we then get information on, and the 3 bacteria. This is to describe the cohorts. This cohort included 173 cases that all had this biofire done when they presented with a respiratory infection. Most of them were inpatient, so most of them were admitted, because that's often when we really want to know what kind of infection is there. And you see that most presented with cough, and then a lot of them with dyspnea, which is shortness of breath, basically, some with wheezing, and some upper respiratory tract symptoms. So this is just a description, basically, of a cohort of children admitted with respiratory tract infections. Now, when going one step further and looking at the biofire results, so in general, about 80% of the biofire tests that we do becomes positive for at least one virus. And in this cohort of 170 children over 4 years, these are the viruses that we found. And I'm just going to pick out 3 of them. So rhinoenterovirus, which is the most prevalent one. Why does it say rhino/enterovirus? These are actually 2 viruses, but they can't be distinguished by the biofire panel because they are genetically similar, at least in the region that is covered by the panel. So we can't say which one is it, but it's either of these 2. We see RSV there, and I already spoke about RSV because it's one of the viruses that we actually have this prophylactic treatment for. So it's important to look at the epidemiology of that, and you can see that it's very common, 20% of the positive results. And then we see influenza virus, which is the flu virus on the 4th place, the 4th most common with 8.7%. And that's the virus that we also have the vaccine for risk groups, at least. You can also see SARS-CoV-2 here, and you can see that this, in terms of prevalence, was a minority of the children that presented with it. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you 3 of these graphs. For a pre-COVID year, a COVID year, and a post-COVID year, so 2019, 2020, and 2021. And just to highlight a bit better what is the epidemiology or the prevalence of these viruses throughout the year. And I'm just going to make this a bit smaller so that the people in the room are also able to see the graphs. There we go. What we see here is 2019 from January to December on the horizontal axis. And then on the vertical axis, you see basically the prevalence of the viruses. And then each virus has a different color. So just going back to those 3 viruses that I pointed out before, the rhinoenterovirus, which was the most prevalent one, that is the blue line here. So you see that basically there's a year-round prevalence of the virus. It's maybe a little bit less towards the end of the year, but basically all of the year we do see that virus. And it's definitely something that we recognize from the clinical practice, that it's very likely to get a rhinoenterovirus as a result. Then looking at RSV, you see something interesting. That is the orange line, and you see that it peaks in August, and then a little bit September, October, November. Mm-hmm. And then influenza, the yellow line, you only see the peak very in the beginning, in January. Now, St. Martin has its rainy season more or less from May to November, and its dry season between December and April, which is also when most tourists come. So I just wanted to point out 2 things here. And that is that in general, in the literature, what you see is that the influenza is most prevalent during the rainy season in the tropical countries. Well, as I just mentioned, the influenza peak in yellow here, and you see a blue circle around it now, is in January, which is not so much in the rainy season here, but it does coincide with the tourist season. So maybe that is a bigger driver of the influenza peak here than just the weather. Then the RSV, and I also put a blue circle around that because the RSV was the orange line, and this is the virus that particularly affects, for example, the premature born children. You see the peak already starting in August, while when we typically give the prevention for RSV, we typically start with that only in October, because that's when the RSV peak is present in the Netherlands. So maybe we would be a little bit late when we copy paste that measure for the islands. Now, 2020, well, it speaks for itself. We see that after April 2020, all of the viruses disappeared. So that's, well, I think we've all seen that. And as I said, COVID was not a huge issue in children. We still see that influenza, there is a little bit of influenza in the dry season, which corroborates to what I mentioned with the previous graph. And then interesting, the first one to re-emerge is also the one that we keep seeing as the most prevalent one, rhinoenterovirus, and you see it going up in October already, while the rest of the viruses are still not back yet. Going a bit further in 2021, we see that there's a somewhat restored epidemiology, but with different things happening. So I'm going to point out RSV here. So it's the orange line again. And you see that it's actually now become throughout the year, and the peak more in May, June, where it was August before. So this is typically, the post-COVID shift in viral epidemiology that we've seen in many parts of the world. But we also see it here, but it's important, to realize that maybe this will change over the years to come still. Because we're still in this post-COVID epidemiological phase where we need to see whether this will restore back to the pre-COVID situation or whether some changes will remain. And again, we see many rhinoenterovirus cases. All right.
Is this your final slide?
The pre-final. Yes.
Okay.
I'll round up. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah. This is just to show which symptoms the children presented with, and it's basically mainly the same conclusion on rhinoenterovirus, where we see a lot of dyspnea, so a lot of shortness of breath, and the same thing here, the rhinoenterovirus, where we see also a lot of oxygen requirements. And that is actually interesting because it is one of those viruses where in other countries we typically say it causes a very mild picture. But here it's the most prevalent one, and we do see that these children need oxygen. So we need to look further into what's driving that. And then the other summary point is really that the timing of preventive measures, maybe we should not just copy paste that from other regions, but really look at local epidemiological data. So finally, this is just to say that this really was teamwork. In addition to the persons I mentioned in the beginning, we really have the nursing team to thank as well for all the help that they provided with this research.
Thank you, Lilly. Very nice presentation, and also very interesting to see that there's so many, of course, it's kind of logical, but there's so many differences also in the timing, and a lot of factors that contribute locally to the differences in infections. And I'm glad to see that you guys are working very hard on optimizing the healthcare for kids there. I want to ask the room if there are any questions or maybe some comments or experiences you guys want to share. I think we have time for a little bit of discussion. Don't see any comments. I see a comment saying that the data is looking very nice. That's always a nice compliment.
Thank you.
Yes. And I'm actually wondering if you guys are finishing up the research, are you guys also looking to implement the data and the research into actual healthcare? Because I can imagine if the timing, for instance, is not comparable to the Netherlands, it's not very useful to keep doing that, but implement more local timing or more local healthcare strategies.
Yeah. Maybe I know there's several co-workers online, and I've done most of the talking. If one of you wants to join the discussion before I take off, feel free to take the floor.
Okay. Martijn, yes.
Yeah. Lilly, thank you very much for the beautiful presentation. It's wonderful to see how much data we got collected over this amount of time. I was wondering, since the rhino-entro in the biofire does not discriminate if it's a viral upper respiratory tract or an enterovirus causing gastrointestinal symptoms, we might have an overcount or an underestimation of the number of respiratory tract infections, correct?
All of them presented with respiratory symptoms, so we wouldn't overestimate that prevalence.
Okay.
I can comment a little bit on the biofire technique. Yeah? The group of rhino-enteroviruses, there's a slight overlap into enterovirus with this the 4 targets that it tests. In the earlier phase, we had more information about those targets. And in the patients with respiratory infections, it was almost exclusively rhinovirus. I don't have those numbers, but it's reassuring that the overlap into enterovirus is very, very small.
I was wondering to add as an additional question, would the saliva test be helpful to make a better distinguishment between the 2 respiratory viruses?
I think what will be most helpful is if you change the methods, not the sample. So you could do a specific PCR if you really, probably, but Rajin, you'll be better able to tell than me. But I think that it's mostly the method, probably not the sample, because what we know from other respiratory panels done on saliva sample is that, well, you pretty much get the same results. I guess there's been more interest in saliva sampling since the COVID pandemic, but the results will likely depend on the test and not so much on the sample, I would say.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and maybe with respect to your initial question, Miryea, that yes, we are continuing, and I think it will be interesting to see also the data from up until this year first, because of what I said about, is it really going to be restored to the pre-pandemic situation? Because before you start changing your practice, it's good to see what's the new normal, I think. Yeah. And so, but we're definitely working hard as we speak to gather all the data up until now. And based on that, I think we'll be better placed to draw conclusions.
Yes. All right. Thank you so much. All right, I'm gonna ask, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly, Shacara Blake, to do the next presentation. She's doing a presentation on the decision-making on colorectal cancer screening in Curacao. Yeah, very interested in the project. You can share your presentation and start.
Thank you guys very much for the opportunity to present today. As you already said, my name is Shacara Blake. I'm a PhD candidate at the Amsterdam UMC, and my daily work happens at the Caribbean Prevention Center in Curacao, also known as the Fundación Prevención. And the topic I'll be presenting today is titled Decision Making on Colorectal Cancer Screening in Curacao, Interviews with the Target Population. First and foremost, I have nothing to disclose. To take a step back before we continue into the project, I'd like to take a small moment to talk about colorectal cancer itself. It's a very common cancer, namely the 3rd most common in the world, and also the 2nd most common cause of cancer-related death globally. Based on the numbers.
Shacara, I don't think we see, yeah, now it's changed. Yes, thank you.
Oh, that sucks. Let me see. Let me try to make this larger than. This is not very convenient. And how about now?
We can see the colorectal cancer slide, yes.
You're seeing the whole slide?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So picking back up where I left off, colorectal cancer usually starts as a irregularity, discrepancy in the lining of the mucus lining of the intestine, your large intestine, that over time, a very long period of time, usually 10 to 15 years, develops into cancer. The first stage is called a polyp, and then eventually it turns into cancer. We know that when treating colorectal cancer, finding it early heightens the chance of survival. And it's also a very treatable disease, which lends itself for screening, which is why the Caribbean Prevention Center back in 2020 launched their own colorectal cancer screening program. It's fecal immunochemical test based, to use a difficult word, which just means that we use feces, because blood in the feces and fecal matter can be an early symptom of colorectal cancer. All men and women on the island between 50 and 75 years old are eligible to participate. We invite them primarily via postal mail, and we also have an extensive media campaign to give information and to raise awareness. Unfortunately, within the first year, we saw a participation rate of approximately 20%, which prompted us to ask ourselves, maybe there's something that we need to understand better. So we aim to better understand how the target population makes decisions about participation in colorectal cancer screening. We did this by exploring awareness and perceptions surrounding colorectal cancer and colorectal cancer screening, beliefs about the program provision, and preferences around decision-making and information. This all in all in the hope to improve the program that we were offering. We did this by way of qualitative interviews. Our study population was generated from our database. We had a database at the time when the study was launched of approximately 64,000 individuals in the age category. Around 37,000 of them had not yet been invited to the screening program. We chose to select them because the hope was that the opinions we'd get would be unbiased based on any experiences with us. We generated a sample from that list of 300 people. Half of those records contain a telephone number, and ultimately we conducted 20 interviews.
Shacara,
yes.
On which slide are you on that right now? Yes, it's changed now to the 7. Maybe you could put full screen mode. I don't know if that works.
Yeah, I have put on full screen mode, and I was in full screen mode. I'm so sorry. This is
no worries. It's
not
maybe.
Maybe. Okay.
Yeah, if you just go click to them, and I think it's fine.
Yeah, so sorry, audience, that this is happening. But all in all, we conducted 23 interviews 23 qualitative interviews with the target population. We used a topic guide, semi-structured interviews. It was ultimately, we created a topic guide in order to guide the interviews from beginning to end to make sure that we were talking about the subjects that we had thought of in advance. All of the interviews were recorded, transcribed, and coded, and we conducted ultimately a thematic analysis. The results section that I'm about to present to you are the themes that emerge from these interviews. The photos that you'll see throughout the presentation are photos of my colleagues, so no real respondents are included in the presentation, and they all know and are very excited to be part of this session in some form or another. What you see here that I did include animations for, but because it's not working, I'm just gonna go ahead and take those off so that hopefully you guys can read along with me. What you'll see is that out of the 23 individuals we spoke to, 13 of them were male. The mean age was 64. Most people had an intermediate education level, and almost all of them were of Caribbean descent. Ultimately, we had a mix of people who are married, single, and divorced, and an equal amount of people who are employed and retired. And most of the interviews took place in Papiamento. The themes that emerged from our interviews, the primary large theme, as you guys will see here, was that everything, cancer, colorectal cancer, and the screening thereof were seen as part of the larger picture of health, namely of health maintenance, because personal health was seen as a responsibility that individuals needed to be conscious of. Here you see health consciousness. Our respondents even went as far as to suggest that those who did not participate in colorectal cancer screening were probably less health conscious than themselves. Also, when it came to cancer itself, as you guys will probably not be surprised to notice right here, there were tons of negative associations made, namely primarily a fear of the diagnosis, but also it was associated with suffering, death, shame, and taboo, seen as an unpredictable disease that has the potential to return. Also, interestingly enough, what was talked about unprompted quite a bit throughout the interviews was the perception that there was a culture of machismo, where our respondents claimed that men in particular were less likely to participate in any such health maintaining program. Also, as for colorectal cancer itself, having elevated age and a positive family history were seen as predictors. And for CRC screening itself, it was seen as an opportunity, where respondents indicated being aware of the program, but not quite sure of what the program procedure was. And there was also a perception that the colonoscopy, which only follows after positive fecal immunochemical tests, that it may be painful. We were also pleased to learn that there was a perceived trust in our organization due to our long history with our breast cancer screening program and cervical program, but there was also the misconception that colorectal cancer was primarily reserved for those with symptoms. Here I have an illustrative quote that highlights the aspect of fear. This person says, I have, let's say, a fear, of the result if I participate and it says, hey, you have cancer. I'm very scared of that. I also included an illustrative quote about the perception that it's an opportunity. Here, this individual says, about colon cancer, from the moment you talk about it, it scares a lot of people. And because it scares you, when you get opportunities like this, you have to take it. The decision-making tree is quite short. That is because the consensus was quite clear out of the interviews, and that is that there was a preference to make decisions independently. Although family members and friends were consulted, our respondents indicated that it was very important to them to make the ultimate decision alone. This quote highlights that it's my body, I have to decide. The information tree is also not very large. As you see here, they recommended multiple different types of media in order for us to reach our target population, but they also gave quite practical advice indicating that information about colorectal cancer itself and an explanation of the screening procedure would be helpful. And also, lastly, that the personal approach may be effective, a conversation, one-on-one, personalized letter, that kind of thing. And this quote illustrates an individual letting us know what we can do better. I think the type of promotion you're doing now, it should be different, where you show the instrument that you use or what the test entails precisely to remove the fear or taboo. In conclusion, we learned, based on our 23 interviews with members of the target population, that it could be useful for us to reframe our campaign for the colorectal cancer screening within the context of health, personal health, and health maintenance. Also, it is important for us to keep in mind that there's possible fears and a preference for autonomy when it comes to making decisions about health. And lastly, of course, quite obviously, we need to do a better job of highlighting the screening procedure and possible offer alternatives to the postal mails like our interviewees indicated. I'd like to thank all of the respondents that participated in this study and all of the co-authors that contributed to the final project. And last but definitely not least, the Caribbean Prevention Center, with whom support I do the work on a daily basis. Thank you very much. Here I've left my email address if any of you would like to contact me after the presentation. Thank you to the Dutch Caribbean Research Week for inviting me. And I hope you guys were able to see the presentation to some extent.
Thank you very much, Shacara. I think eventually we did see the presentation and we saw all, I think we figured it out, so that's completely fine. Again, very interesting. I especially like the shared decision-making process also of patients, of course. And I think that requires a lot of more attention, I think, in general with all healthcare. Are there any questions from the room specifically for this presentation or any remarks? Don't see. Oh, I see one from Peter Schielen.
Yeah, hello, Shacara. Thanks for soldiering through while the technique left you. I was wondering whether the setup you choose could be adapted one-on-one for carrying out the same research, for instance, on Bonaire, just to see whether the attitude towards colorectal cancer screening is the same, especially since we in next coming years are trying to implement colorectal cancer screening as well on Bonaire, Saba and Statia.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. We have a topic guide that we developed within the research team. So in order to compare the results, then I would suggest that we contact each other, because the closer the topic guide is to the one I used, then the results can be better compared. And aside from that, I think in general, it's a great idea to do that, because it would help you in the long run to know how your target population thinks, so that whatever strategy you guys implement to roll out the screening program would be as best a fit as possible to that population. Because up until now, in the Dutch Caribbean, we've been copying a lot of what the RIVM, the Dutch Institute of Environment and Health, what they do. But of course, they have a long history with their Dutch population. They know them very well. And when it comes to colorectal cancer in particular, we need to remember, not all of us are aware, but so remember is probably not the right word, but I would like to highlight the fact that they had a very long road before they launched their program. A lot of lobbying, a lot of pilots, a lot of different strategies implemented. Like, for example, they now send one letter. They had a period where they tried sending two, all kinds of different things, a letter, then a reminder. And we know here in the Caribbean that our postal systems are not comparable to that of the post-NL, which is highly sophisticated. You wouldn't think in 2023 that such a difference would exist, but it does. We also don't have very clear address systems that are up to date. So relying on those strategies is maybe not the best. And of course, you have to use the tools that you do have. That's the best thing to keep practical, I think, is my best and simplest advice in all of it. Stay practical.
Well, thanks for that. Love to discuss further. We'll keep in touch.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you for that discussion. And it's interesting to see that a lot of these projects have the same team, and I think it's very important to look at the local region more and more at those factors contributing to different parts, screening, the healthcare, but also what comes after that. So I think it's a nice way to connect with each other and learn from each other.
Good morning, good evening again. Welcome again to the last presentation of Group A. We started this day with a presentation from CMC, and we'll end with one. So I want to introduce Shirley Lo-A-Njoe. She's a pediatrician cardiologist, and her presentation is about the well-being and support needs of Caribbean parents with a child on a NICU. Shirley, please, can you start your presentation?
Thank you. Thank you. First, congratulations on the organizing committee for this wonderful week. And thank you for the invitation. I speak also on behalf of my colleague, Jeanette Ecurie-Goosen, neonatologist in the Curacao Medical Center. Indeed, my name is Shirley Lo-A-Njoe. I'm a pediatric cardiologist, and the title of our presentation is Family-Centered Care, the Road Ahead on Curacao. Yes. Why? Well, we know that babies who are admitted on the neonatal intensive care unit get intensive treatment, like medication for severe infections, sometimes artificial ventilations, surgery for abdomen if necessary, IV lines, and so on and so on. This means that sometimes they die during treatment, or they survive with serious defects like brains in the head. The family can experience this as a threatening to their well-being. And therefore, family involvement is essential, but also complex. The care conference organized by RBC Curacao was inspired by a mixed couple of Bonaire who had premature twins in time of COVID. Because of the COVID regulations, at that time, father had to stay 14 days in quarantine in a hotel, and the hospital had a regulation of 1 hour a day visiting. That means 23 hours in the hotel during the admission, and the admission time was 2 months. But first, of course, this has influence on the health and development of the children. But first, I would like you to listen to our psychologist, Miryea van der Velde, who had an interview with the parents. And if interested, you can hear the whole video on YouTube.
Open zijn. Tijdens de lockdown op Curaçao hoorde ik een donker, aangrijpend verhaal. Een pijnlijk gevolg van de COVID-19-maatregelen. Een verhaal dat verteld moet worden. Want we kunnen hier iets mee en misschien moeten we er ook iets mee. Het begint met een succesverhaal. Fabian en Yvonne, een tweeling, besluiten na 27 weken en 5 dagen dat ze klaar zijn om samen de wereld te ontdekken. Het blijken vechtertjes te zijn. De wil om te leven is groot. Maar met wat horten en storten, complicaties passend bij premature baby's, mogen ze na 37 weken naar huis. Terug naar Bonaire. Ze hebben het gered. Zelf ben ik onderweg naar het vliegtuig als ik ze op afstand naar de douane op Bonaire zie lopen. 2 fragiele pakketjes op de borst van 2 gelukkige ouders. Dit is een medisch succes geweest. Maar ik ga dit verhaal nu opnieuw vertellen. Maar nu vanuit het perspectief van de ouders. Een verhaal van afstand, letterlijk en figuurlijk.
So, if we look, little has been published about the impact of NICU admittance on the parents in a Caribbean setting. Little is known about their support needs, the acceptability in this cultural setting to be questioned on and involved in these subjects. Therefore, we were determined to perform a research called the Curacao Research Project on the well-being and support needs of NICU parents in our setting in order to improve treatment of our patients and parents. To get an answer to these questions, we made an international team of mixed expertise, and here you see the team players, in which we had monthly Thursday Zoom meetings in order to discuss the proposal of our research, the subjects, the questionnaires, and so on and so on. Curacao has a high-level neonatal intensive care unit where children from the island, Curacao, but also the Dutch Caribbean and tourists are evaluated. As I said, the treatment is very dreadful for parents. It's a very threatening and imprisoned environment. And we see it not only for parents, but sometimes for doctors as well. Our research project is a prospective cohort study, and the goal is, as you can see, to evaluate the feasibility and acceptability of involving parents of the admitted newborns to evaluate the family well-being and support needs, but also to characterize these and explore the cultural sensitivity of surveys in the previous validated other settings. In order to do this, we invite parents above 18 years of age who have newborns admitted to our NICU for at least a week to participate. And they are asked to take validated surveys, so that means validated in other countries in the language of choice. And to do that, the surveys are on dimensions of parent and family well-being, also cultural questions, mental health, and so on. Additionally, after discharge, questions are asked about the child's health, and the timing of the questionnaires are 3 pre-designed times, that is at admission, before discharge, and 3 till 6 months after discharge. To know for sure that our purpose and the following through of our research would be as planned, we did a mini pilot with the NICU staff, the staff of the Ronald McDonald's Housing Charity of Curacao, and parents to see if we had to make improvements of our methods, if the surveys were okay. And this was held in the February room on the 4th of August, 2022. The surveys evaluated, as I said, amongst others, anxiety, depression, family-centered care, and social support system. Here you see the HADS, that's one of the standard validated questionnaires. This one is on the question, and here you can also see scoring system. What's very important to understand is one of the other scoring surveys, that is the postnatal Edinburgh Depression scale, as a question number 10 about suicidal thoughts. If that question is answered by often or sometimes, we, Dr. Jeanette Ecurie and myself, get a message by the RedCap database system of the UCSF in California for us to do follow-up accordingly to the parents. Back to our mini pilot. We had 7 parents and 3 nurses who participated. And what they stated is the questions were clear. They found them easy to answer. We had, of course, some questions about the family's financial situation. None of those were answered. The parents were very enthusiastic, and they approved of the method of survey. With the feedback that we got, we did a revision of the protocol, adjustment of the questions. So all the questions about financial issues were taken out. We did an addition of a tracking log. That means we can see when someone starts with the questionnaire, if they stop, if they have to do a follow-up. And we gave thank you gift to parents and the nurses who have to bring the parents into the protocol. The pre-discharge questionnaire took 15 minutes and post-discharge 15 till 20 minutes. Very important was the feedback that the parents felt that this questionnaire, this research would really improve and be of great value for future parents to come. And also, of course, there were no wrong answers. All this time working with and for our parents and patients didn't show us as clear as the message from this mini pilot. We cannot judge our parents. And what we saw is there is a lot of suffering in silence, and it's not visible to us. We have to pay attention to that. It's interesting to know that the trial by the new started RMAC Research Center. It was founded 2022. And now we are part from what we call the Learning from Family Study, organized by Professor Linda Frank. And you could see before that she is part of a research team. We on Curacao, you see we're the 4th, started on March 21. And at this moment, we have 12 patients enrolled. And that is 12 of a total of now almost 550 patients, participants enrolled, of 12 centers, or I was looking at the number of centers, but that's not totally clear to me because like you could see before, if you look at Cincinnati, that's the whole city. That means that more centers can be in one city. So where are we now? The CMC has included 12 patients. What we saw is the willingness for parents to participate is above expectations. And the study that the CMC started is part of a Ronald McDonald multi-center study worldwide, which started with our pilot on Curacao. So that means you don't have to be big to make a difference. And I want to thank you and conclude with to thank you for the opportunity to present our data, but also to thank all the parents and our staff of the hospital and also the Ronald McDonald to help us and to participate. I would like to thank Dr. Elise for the layout of my presentation. And thank you for your attention, and any questions you may have, I'm here to answer.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Lo-A-Njoe, for your presentation. I don't see any questions in the chat. And there's also only 1 minute left before going to the last meeting of today. So I just want to see if there's any questions. No. Well, at least I would like to thank you now, just this minute, to thank you for your interesting presentation. I think it's promising research, and I'm looking forward to the new outcome in the future. So thank you so much, and I hope also more.
Present.
Okay, and I hope more research will be done on this topic also elsewhere in the region. So thank you, and we're going now to the next meeting that's presented by ZonMW. So this is the last presentation in this group. So I wish you everyone a good morning, afternoon, etc.
Welcome back, everybody. We've come to the final presentation of this parallel session in the health-related topics. I think we had some very, very interesting topics already. And the last presentation is by Marije Hofstra, and she's going to give a presentation on translating data into policy about new HIV infections in Aruba, Bonaire, and Curacao. And yeah, I think it's another different perspective, different health topic, but also I think a little bit it's a corners prevention topic. So very interesting. I'm excited to see your presentation. Yeah, you can start whenever you're ready.
Yes, thank you for your introduction. Yeah, it's nice to see this theme of trying to fit policies really to the local setting. I think that's really what we're trying to do here as well. We've done a study called Spirit. So I'm really presenting on behalf of the whole consortium, which was a collaboration between Aruba, Bonaire, Curacao, and the Netherlands. We're really now in the process of trying to translate all the data that we collected into appropriate policies to actually trying to improve care. So just to ground you a bit on the topic of HIV, it's a virus that attacks cells of the immune system, making the individual progressively more vulnerable to other infections. And we can't cure it, but there is treatment for it. You have to take it for the rest of your life. And someone who is on treatment can no longer transmit the virus to someone else. So treating everyone who is already infected is really our best tool that we have to prevent new infections. And it's the basis for the UNAIDS targets that are set globally for 2030, which is the goal to identify at least 95% of all individuals that they are aware of their status. 95% of those are on therapy, and 95% of those are virally suppressed and no longer spreading the virus. And the fourth goal is zero discrimination. Now, within Spirit, one of the aims was to determine the progress towards these targets. I presented this data actually last year. You can see from these graphs that actually everyone who is retained in care is almost all of them are on treatment on all 3 islands, and we see high rates of viral suppression. But the main challenge is that we see a lot of loss to follow-up, so to keep people in care. And we don't know really well the total number of people living with HIV on the islands, but we do know that the prevalence is at least 3 to 5 times higher compared to the Netherlands, and that's a really underestimation. So the true prevalence is higher. So the main challenges are to really keep people in care and to diagnose them early, because those who are diagnosed are often in a very advanced stage of the disease, and therefore your treatment as prevention is not really effectively used, because there have been many years in which they could have spread the virus. So early diagnosis and retention in care is really important. Now within Spirit, another thing we looked at is what are those barriers that people experience to actually access care. So we've done questionnaires with people who are still in care. This is an example of Curacao, and what we've seen is barriers that are reported include things like long waiting times, language barriers, not sure about the access, the rights they have to access care, having no health insurance, or not being able to afford prescription costs or travel costs to the clinic. But really the main barrier was that people are afraid to be recognized while visiting the clinic, lab, or pharmacy. And I think clinicians already had this feeling that stigma is really an important barrier in HIV care. But I think the good thing of this study is that we actually have some data now to show how much of an impact it is. We've asked people whether they have shared their status with people in their environment, so their partners, family members, at least one close friend. And this graph shows you the number of people that did not disclose their status to these groups of people for Curacao, and it's very high percentages. So you can see people are very private about their diagnosis, and that's mainly the reasons for that is stigma, fear of rejection, fear of gossip, embarrassment. These kind of things is what they mention as the reason for not disclosing. Now, the third aim was to look at underlying transmission dynamics. We've done that by looking at the genetic codes of the viruses. I don't have the time to go into very much the details of this plot, but what you see here are transmission networks, and the colors show you where the individuals are in care. And we see that most of the networks include individuals from either, for example, Aruba or either Curacao. We don't see a lot of mixing between the islands, but we do see a lot of connection to the HIV epidemic in the Netherlands. So we do see a lot of networks that include individuals who are in care in the Netherlands, which means that also for the Netherlands, often now they report their progress towards these UNAIDS targets. They have almost reached those targets for the Netherlands, but we have to stop looking at the Netherlands only at the mainland, and we have to have an inclusive view because what is happening in the Caribbean region is also important for the epidemic in the Netherlands. So we need to also start looking at the challenges in the Caribbean region. So now that we've collected all this data, we were thinking how to now move actually towards improving care, improving access. So what we've done is we've made these data fact sheets, and I'm showing you here an example for Aruba, but we've done this also for Bonaire and Curacao, where we've collected all of the data that was available, showing you the HIV epidemic, demographics of the population. We have provided some data on testing, how it's organized and why people test, their risk perception, data on treatment, number of loss to follow-up, data on prevention, whether pre-exposure prophylaxis is in place, data on stigma. And then we finally made a summary where we kind of show the successes that have been achieved so far, because there's a lot of modern treatments available, and everyone who is retained in care is on effective therapies, but also the challenges that we see for the different islands and the future goals. And I think what was great about this collaboration is that we see that there's a lot of common challenges among the islands, but there's also a lot of issues that are very island specific and that needs a specific approach for each island. So the next step that we've done is we've shared this data fact sheets with stakeholders from different areas, so with government, public health, healthcare, representatives of people living with HIV, different NGOs that are working, for example, Familia Plania, or who are working with migrants or with LGBTIQ+ communities, health insurance companies, other partners from the other Dutch Caribbean islands, research partners. And we've had a meeting on all 3 islands in the end of March, where we've discussed the data, and within working groups have then determined together the most important challenges within those teams. So we had a team on group on testing, prevention, stigma, access to care and one on data registration. And then together we identified what is needed to tackle these challenges and to try to come to a plan of action together. And we've just finalized now a report of those meetings where we've identified 7 goals, and all these goals have specific action points. And again, some are very common within all 3 islands, and some are very island specific. So for example, in terms of optimizing access to care and prevention, no island has yet a really formal infrastructure for pre-exposure prophylaxis, which is an effective prevention tool. Mostly it's available because the infectious disease specialists started prescribing it, but there's no yet good way to actually reach those who are in need of that. But how to formalize that infrastructure would be different on the different islands because you're trying to reach different communities. In terms of increasing knowledge and awareness, so I think Sabah has now a really nice example of a website for education on sexual health. That could be an example for other islands to increase knowledge on sexual health and STDs. Training for healthcare professionals, setting up peer support was very clear need from the questionnaire data to have peer support, and it's not existing right now, but it's something that could be set up in collaboration with the existing patient societies. Another thing is lobby for inclusivity. So for example, in Aruba, there's testing available free of charge, but then there's no treatment. So from a public health point of view, it doesn't make a lot of sense to offer testing, but then not treat those individuals, which actually the treatment would be your way to prevent new infections. But from the meetings, it was very clear from government, from health insurance companies, that there is no data to back up that is actually money well spent to provide HIV treatment free of charge for those who are not insured. So that is something that we are aiming to do for all 3 islands, to do this cost efficacy analysis to provide the basis for this kind of policy. Another goal would be updating legislation that is obviously very island specific. So infectious disease specialists in Aruba have pushed for many years to amend the current legislation for migrants who require HIV testing and don't provide permits to those who test positive. And I've heard now that is actually in progress of being updated, so that is really great news. There's a legislation on communicable diseases in Curacao that was last updated in 1921, so that could use some updating. And then since diagnosing them early is so important, we need to think of developing new testing strategies to really reach those who are at risk. And the strategy you choose could be different for the different communities you're trying to reach, but we're thinking of anonymous testing, decentralized rapid testing, or possibly self-testing, but all of that needs to be embedded in current healthcare structures to make sure those who test positive also reach HIV care and treatment. Now, some of these things are already ongoing. So in the week that we had these stakeholders meetings, we also had education.
Is this your last slide?
Yeah.
Yes, all right, thank you.
Yeah. We've had a lot of media attention in that week, which helps to increase knowledge and awareness. And I think really the next step to implementing policies is trying to build this platform where we can discuss priorities, responsibilities, and progress within this. So we're aiming to start that monthly meetings after the summer break. I think Spirit was really a unique collaboration between different countries, demonstrating these common challenges, but also having these island-specific issues that we need to address in a multidisciplinary way. And in order to do this, we really need to build capacity, we need to raise sustainable funding, and we need to build further trust between the partners. And I really would like to acknowledge everyone who has been involved in this study. It's been many years that we're working together, and I think it's really great to see that we're coming to this point where we're trying to actually improve care. I would like to thank our funders, AIDS Funds and NASCO, who made all of this possible. And for those who want to access those data fact sheets, there's QR codes here that you could use to get access to that data. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miryea. Very insightful presentation. I really can see that you guys are really working towards a common goal, and also the separate goals are very nice to see them all so beautifully presented. I think it's a very important topic. Are there any questions or comments? We have a little bit of time because I have this presentation in a few minutes, but I think maybe 1 or 2 questions. I don't, I see Peter.
I always have a question when one is needed. No, but really, thanks for a very nice presentation, and Marije. And 2 questions. Why the combination of countries and municipalities, so Bonaire, Aruba, and Curacao? And did you also investigate the connections or the infectious diseases connection between not inter-country, but also with other countries in the region?
Yeah, so to your first question, this was actually meant to be on all 6 islands. When we started this in, I think, 2018, St. Maarten still had very much logistical issues after Irma. And then when we were finally ready to start St. Maarten, COVID started. So in the end, since it was already running well on the other islands, we just had to progress with them. I think it would be very good to do a similar kind of approach for the other islands to really get that insight as well for the Saba, St. Maarten, St. Eustatius. Because surely they have different challenges. St. Maarten having a border with France, to get a good overview of the data would be more challenging, I think, in that setting. And for your second question, yes, the problem is, so there's a lot of migration from the Caribbean region, like Haiti, Dominican Republic, also Colombia, Venezuela for Aruba. And we used all the publicly available sequence data, but that's very limited for that region, for both the Caribbean islands as well as Venezuela, Colombia. So yeah, the fact that we don't see a lot of linkage doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I think it's just a gap in our data, because it's very likely that there's a lot of links between countries in the region, just because of the fact that there's a lot of migration from those islands coming. Yeah. I think it would be nice to try to set up a new study where we're actually trying to get more sequence data. You need funding to be able to do the sequencing, but that would be very worthwhile. Yeah.
Good. Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much for this presentation and also the discussion and the question, Peter. I think it added a bit to more information about the research. All right. Due to time, I think we're going to have to close this parallel session. Thank you very much to all the speakers during this parallel session.
And for the last part of today, we will go with Miryea Ruiz, and she will she will be the workshop presenter of the ZonMW session. So Miryea, are you ready? The floor is yours. Enjoy, and I will be back to close the second day of the Dutch Caribbean Research Week 2023. Bye.
Hi, everyone. I hope you guys can see the screen. Let me just get that right there. Welcome to the ZonMW session. I'm gonna go a little bit through the program. I'm just gonna explain a little bit what ZonMW is. I think might be that some of you have already heard of ZonMW, but I'm just gonna go through it very quickly, and then we can get into a little some health-related topics. Let me just see. I hope this is going well. ZonMW. ZonMW is a funding organization. We kind of like to call it a sister organization of NWO, but ZonMW is more focused on health and innovation. So we stimulate health research and healthcare innovation, and yeah, we really go from the full spectrum. So from the fundamental side of healthcare, but also more implementation and more like action research. This is our building in The Hague. It's right next to NWO. Unfortunately, it's being rebuilt at the moment, so it's not our current home, but yeah, that's where you can find us. Yeah, just want to get a little bit into applying for a grant at ZonMW. Yeah, we found a broad research field. We, of course, do subsidies for academic institutions such as university and academic hospitals. But what's interesting about ZonMW is that we also do grants for non-academic institutions like healthcare institutions, for instance, GGZ or mental health organizations. And at ZonMW, it's very important that the results of the health research find impact in our society, and very beneficial for the Dutch or Netherlands as a whole, and that the research that is being done is really being implemented into current healthcare systems, for instance. Why I'm saying that that we're also doing non-academic institutions. There's a little bit of complexities also coming with, we call it staatssteun or state aid. So we do have the options for non-academic institutions, but it's not always read the calls very specifically, because there might be sometimes some conditions that you have to have, for instance, a collaboration with a university or an academic hospital for you to be able to apply. But like I said, I'm just going to go to some tricks and tips in a moment, and then yeah, I can also go to the process. Besides funding, we also do some other stuff. We monitor the projects, but we also give advice on implementation, impact, open data, and open access is very important also. And one thing that is becoming more and more prominent, which is very important for healthcare, of course, is client participations, because we want research in healthcare also to really be impactful for especially the client, because that's what we're doing it for. We're doing research in healthcare to provide better health care to patients, but also stimulate health overall in our society. And that's why it's also very important to involve those clients or patients in the project. So that's also a big part of ZonMW. We have different teams. These are in Dutch now, but we have about 14 clusters, as we like to call them. That goes from mental health to fundamental research, but also prevention programs. And it's interesting to know that every cluster has different programs under them. So that's kind of the structure we have at the moment. We have the overlying teams, but we also, under those teams, we have different programs. So for instance, we have a research program for mental health, but we also have a different program for more action-related health, or how do you go along with people who are in mental health. You can find all of these different programs on our website, and it's good to know. I think a lot of people, when they want to know more about ZonMW, they go to the info mail, or they call the info line. But if you really have a specific field that you want to apply to, and you have specific questions, I think it's good to take a look at the different programs that are there, and then you can have more insight in what those program opportunities are for grants. Just wanted to go a little bit into the assessment process, because I think usually when people hear ZonMW, they don't really know, like, oh, how do I get a grant? Unfortunately, it's not always that easy to get a grant, but you have to go through a whole assessment process. And I just wanted to give you a little bit of a view how that usually goes. So you have usually a project idea that is being assessed by a committee, and then you get either advice like a positive or negative advice. And the people with a positive advice, they are able to apply for a grant application. Your application will always be assessed by external referees, and usually it depends on which program, also by a client or patient panel. And that is really to see how involved the patients are and if how relevant the research is for patients in general. Then you have a rebuttal phase where you're able to like comment back on certain aspects or questions that are coming from these external referees. And finally, the whole package is being assessed by a committee, and then a decision is being made whether or not you get the grant. I wanted to briefly talk about the assessment criteria, because I think those are really important. That is really what the committee looks at. So they're looking at relevance for the program. So either like how is your project contributing to this specific goal, implementation and impact. Like I said before, it's very important that the project or the research is beneficial for society. Is it innovative? And how are clients being involved, or even like your family or loved ones, how are they being involved in this project, and what does it bring to them? I think that's very important when you're writing a grant and writing down why this project is so relevant. And then next to it, the committee will also look at the quality, and those are more like more hardcore science stuff, like why, what kind of research design are you doing, and what is the feasibility. So when you're writing a grant, always keep those things in mind. I wrote down some tips and tricks for grant writing. Yeah, there might be a lot. I think the most important thing is read the calls very specifically. Most of the information will always be in a call, whether it be like certain conditions for you to apply for research, but also what criteria you have to apply to. When you're writing a grant, always try to explain and justify your choices, really make that thought process visible. Also make it very accessible and understandable. So do not make any assumptions that certain knowledge about a topic is existing in the reader, but really explain it thoroughly so that everybody is able to understand it. I mean, obviously some like common research teams are commonly used, but in general, explain your thought process. Start client, patients, or experienced experts participation very early on. I think we've seen actually that it really helps improve the quality of research if you involve patients or experienced experts, or ervaringsdeskundigen in Dutch, early on in your project. And the next is cooperation or commitment, collaboration between different organizations. The more people you have on your project team to back the research up, the better. And it usually takes a lot of time. Sometimes you have to, one of the criteria for applying for a grant is that you have to send in a consortium agreement. And yeah, I think that takes a lot of time. Start early with that, and make sure you have all the right people behind you. When in doubt, always contact the program managers of that certain program. Yeah, we'd rather have that you mail too much than not at all, and then your eventually you have a lot of questions about just your grant, and we could have answered those questions for you. I'm going to go a little bit into the healthcare research on the ABC SSS islands currently. ZonMW has a little bit of a difficult definition of the Caribbean area. At the moment, the BES Islands or Bonaire, Statia, and Saba are officially part of the Netherlands. So yeah, this is just how the current construction of the Dutch kingdom is at the moment. And then you have Curacao, Aruba, and St. Maarten, or the Cos Islands. They are part of the Dutch kingdom, but they are not seen as the Netherlands. And this means that for ZonMW at the moment, and this differs from NWO, but for ZonMW at the moment, it's written in our bepalingen, or main regulations, that everyone in the Netherlands can apply for subsidy at ZonMW. But that means that, for instance, the BES Islands are able to apply for a grant at ZonMW. And unfortunately, the Cos Islands are not able because they are not seen in the Netherlands. However, there are certain expectations. So, for instance, the calls that where ZonMW and NWO are working together, that is possible to apply for a grant at ZonMW. And there are certain programs or certain calls who really broaden their conditions to the whole Dutch kingdom. So that means that all 6 islands can apply. But yeah, this is the current situation at the moment. So there have been expectations we do have some projects currently going on right now on the Caribbean islands. But it's not always applicable to every call. So it's very important if you're interested, you're applying from, or you want to apply from one of the islands, to really come in contact with ZonMW and find out what your possibilities are. Yeah, there are, of course, I think that's why we're all here, certain health challenges on the islands, and it's I think very important, and I think we have also seen that during today. I mean, I've heard some very interesting presentations, but also hearing that a lot of topics are really locally different. So it's obvious that certain things go different there in the Caribbean than here in the Netherlands. So it's important, of course, to also look at those topics. Just wanted to have a little bit of an overview that NWO and ZonMW have been financing some projects health related in the last few years, and what we're currently we've seen different topics, but a lot of those are, for instance, psychische kwetsbaarheden or like mental health are very common, but also chronic diseases or public health issues is something worth investing in. Very quickly, there is a current platform at the moment, the Caribbean Research Platform, that is kind of starting up. I think most of you have already heard about it. Also in the recent Dutch Caribbean Research Week, they're really working on community and capacity building and supporting researchers in finding or the right grants. So I think if you're interested in also more health related topics and applying for grants from the islands, it's a good thing to keep this in mind and then follow the progress of CARP. For ZonMW, we are currently exploring the possibilities for healthcare research on all of the 6 islands. So like I explained earlier, it's just the best island at the moment that can apply for a grant. But we've seen why doing research for health-related topics in the Caribbean is important, and that's why we also put out an exploration last year in the area to really identify which organizations are currently doing health research, really finding out what are the priorities, which topics are really important, and also what are the limiting and facilitating factors that are relevant for possible programming from ZonMW. So that's, yeah, you can look at the article maybe to find out more about that exploration that has been done. And currently we're really, with that exploration and those results, we're going to try and see what is needed for possible programming. But the intention is there, but at the moment, it's not possible for 6 islands. A few limitations that we've noticed is staatssteun or state aid. I already briefly touched on it previously, but that just means that our state or our government cannot always give a certain aid. There always has to be a few conditions. So to prevent certain organizations, for instance, to having a beneficial on the market. So that's it's a very difficult jurisdictional term, but that's something we are dealing with at ZonMW. And we also have, of course, the financial differences. For instance, why are certain wages different at the islands compared to the Netherlands? That's something we have to take into account. But also the research capacity and infrastructure. It's very, every island has their own topics that they're looking at, but there's seems to be a lack of infrastructure still to really get that research going. And we're also looking at how, for instance, collaborations within the island, how is it going, but also between islands. I think I've heard a few projects today that are really like working together with different islands to help each other. And I think that is something, of course, we can really learn from each other, but it's not always that easy. So that is something that we're all looking at, also looking at as a limitation. I had a little bit of a discussion or like a Mentimeter. So I'm just gonna let this open, and I thought we might be able to bring up a little bit of a discussion, and I would really like to hear the input from the public. So if you guys are willing, you can just type in this code or scan your phone with this, and then you will be redirected to the site. And then I am gonna open, let me just see. I'm gonna present what is needed to set up a proper research on a health-related topic. And you can just think of a topic, for instance, a COVID pandemic or chronic diseases. What do the islands need to really get that research going? Or what do you think that the islands need? So yeah, that's something maybe that we can discuss. I'll put the Mentimeter link in the chat. Sorry, one moment. Yes, I think so. All right, I think I can see a few answers already coming in. So I see collaboration. That is something I'm gonna talk about a little bit more after this. I see, oh, there's a lot more coming. Local key person. Yeah, that is definitely a big one. Big one that a lot of energy, and the local people are gonna really get that research going, because I think it's quite hard to also do it from, for instance, the Netherlands. You see implementation science, public outreach, and network. I think that's something that we've all seen, that it's quite hard still to create that network on different topics, but also just between islands, how do you find the right person? I think, for instance, this week is a very nice way to start connecting with people. Funding, of course, and the government support, vision and grid. Very, very interesting. Thank you so much for your answers. Yeah, these are really those kind of questions that ZonMW is also currently looking at, like what is really needed to put up research on the islands, and what are those terms and conditions that we have to set for the research to be feasible and really successful. So thank you so much for your answers. I had also a few other topics I think are very important, and I was just wondering, yeah, for instance, available data. We've heard sometimes that a lot of islands are doing their own research. I think, for instance, an open data platform is also really important to kind of learn from each other. But you can just fill in, what do you think, what do you guys think that is really important if you're ranking these options? So for instance, a solid research platform or local researchers, is there enough capacity? Don't know if you guys can rate them. Oh, wow. Yeah. I think there's really a need for a research community at the moment. And also the local researchers. I think there's also a very big group of people in the Netherlands that have been studying here or are studying at the moment here and are working here and really want to go back, but because the research infrastructure doesn't have it at the moment, but there's also a lack of, or like a really need for more local scientists in the region itself. Yeah, very, very interesting results. And on the last slide, I wanted to touch, because the collaboration is very interesting. I think we can all agree that collaboration is very important, but sometimes it's not that easy to really implement that collaboration between islands. And I wanted to ask you guys to fill out if you agree or do not agree with that this collaboration is really needed and actually like essential, or do you guys think that, for instance, the different islands should be able to do their own thing, or that that collaboration is really a necessity? Yeah, so a lot of people do agree on, oh, it's getting a bit less now, yeah. So from just the current results I'm seeing on the screen, when we're looking at that the islands need to work together when applying and doing research, a lot of people kind of agree with that statement. I'm seeing it changing up. And because there's such a difference between, of course, the BES and CAS islands at the moment jurisdictionally, I can see that is kind of an interesting point, because a lot of people strongly disagree with that. We need to separate the BES and CAS. So that's interesting, because that's at the moment is unfortunately how it is. but it's good to really reflect on that. It's like that it's not maybe not something we want, but from what I'm seeing is that all the 6 islands really need to work together. We don't really need a distinction between the BES and the CAS. But I also see that people agree that it's also good to work with the Netherlands because I think they already have the infrastructures, of course. So I think we can learn from each other. But it's nice to see that you guys are really for collaboration between the 6 islands, and how that exactly is going to be in the future, and if there's going to be a program, that is something we're figuring out right now. Yeah, thank you so much for that input. I think it also really helps everyone see what really is needed to make research successful. So I'm gonna go back to this one. And actually, yeah, I just said I think I'm gonna have a few moments for questions. I just wanted to say that we currently we don't have a program at ZonMW specifically for Dutch Caribbean research, but we do have a little work group because the last few years we've been figuring out like, okay, what's happening at ZonMW with Dutch Caribbean research. And if you have any questions or anytime you're like, I want to have a contact with anybody, you can always contact Caribbean@zonmw.nl. And that's like a small group of people at ZonMW who really are putting themselves in for Caribbean research. Yeah, I think if there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. I'm just going to stop my
to speak, or should I type my question?
I think you can just say it like this.
Yes, good morning. My name is Elizabeth Jones. I work for the public entity of St. Eustatius, and I'm a policy advisor there. And for the past few years, the study topic of my job evaluation conversations has been that I really have an ambition or a dream to work with ZonMW so that we can expand or expound our research on the island. It is something especially that our work is supposed to be driven by. Now, of course, a lot of our information we find online or via certain interviews or conversation, but we don't have any concrete or hard data. Seeing I have somebody from ZonMW here, I'm wondering, how can I further at least that exchange of idea or information, and to see how this can be maybe what an avenue could be to make this more of a reality within our organization. And we also have close collaboration, of course, with WWF. I know in the Netherlands, ZonMW is funded by them, but I really would like to see for our Caribbean Netherlands and maybe a Caribbean on a whole, the ABC, SSS, as you have said, for our islands to have more of local capacity and local persons that are interested in furthering the data agenda to that extent. So I don't know maybe what advice or information you can offer me that maybe we can look further on this topic, and maybe even a little small internship at ZonMW. So I am lobbying here. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Yeah, I think that's really, you're touching a topic, really finding the right people and the right data, for instance, or networks to further your research or your organization. That's really one of the things we're looking at to really how does that work? At the moment, like I said, we don't have a platform or program or anything at ZonMW for Caribbean research. So the most at the moment is getting contact with us, and maybe we can see if we can help you further with any other researchers in that field, or maybe direct you to the right programs, and maybe if they're open for that they're really touching your subject of interest. I think it's good to stay in touch. unfortunately, I don't really have a good, what do you call it, right answer for you at the moment. Yeah, keep in contact with us, and maybe we can, I don't know, direct you to the right place. And also stay updated on the CARP. I think CARP platform is really looking to do just what you said, to really bring researchers together and find common ground and see where they can apply for grants together. So I hope that, and partially answers your question. Marije?
Yes, thank you. I also had a question on funding possibilities. So we have done this study in Aruba, Bonaire, Curacao, which was really funded from the Netherlands, but we would need, we're looking for follow-up funding to actually start implementing some of these policies. And I'm wondering, because we already have this collaboration between Aruba, Bonaire, Curacao, and the Netherlands, if the main applicant is someone from either Bonaire or the Netherlands, could we still allocate funding to actually Aruba and Curacao? Because if I learned anything in the last 6 years, is that you need people locally. So we need to be able to employ people in Aruba, in Curacao, to do the work there. Otherwise, it's hard to do that from distance. So could you allocate funding still to those islands if the main applicant is from the Netherlands, for example?
Yeah, it depends on which call you're applying for, but if the main applicant is from Bonaire or the Netherlands, and you're allocating, for instance, like lost for the English word, but the opdracht to one of the other islands to execute part of that research, and that is possible. You can give a how do you call it? Yeah, losing the word for opdracht.
So you can, for example, provide funding to to hire a research nurse, for example.
Yes, if they are part of that consortium, usually you have to provide a consortium agreement, or it has to apply for the terms of that call. For instance, that collaboration is necessary. The main applicant is Bonaire or the Netherlands, but you're working together with other islands, then it's possible to allocate those funds. But keep in mind that usually there needs to be a consortium agreement.
Yeah, okay, great, thank you.
All right,
Thank
you so much.
Very much. Thank you. How did you like it, the workshop? Did you enjoy giving it, Miryea?
Yes, definitely. I had a little bit of problem with my screen, so I couldn't see what I was doing, but I think, I was able to get my point across. And like I said, it's like I love to discuss about these things and talk about the Caribbean and health research. I can do it all day long, but I hope I can convey most in those 30 minutes.
Nice, nice. Thank you. And the email that you said under your last slide, Caribbean@ZonMW, is that the email that people can use if they want to be in contact with you? Because you said, I will try and help you, the last two questions, that you would try and help to find the right department. Is that the email they should use, or is there a different email they could use?
Yeah, so we have a little work group. I think we're now at two, 3 people, a work group for Caribbean research at ZonMW. So either me or one of my colleagues will try to answer your questions. If you want to come in contact with me specifically, you can also use my email address. I put it in the.
And you just put it in the comments. I
Yes.
saw that. Well, thank you very much. Thank you again for being our content moderator and leading this workshop today. And again, a great thank you to everybody who was in the sessions today, our keynote speaker, Ingemar Merkies. And of course, during the parallel sessions, we had 10 oral presentations. So I want to thank all the people who held the presentations and the talks during the parallel sessions guided by Judith Meijer and Miryea Ruiz. Also, the intermezzi, we started with Pearl Ramos. She was singing on a fabulous rooftop. And of course, Sharif Noël, who gave us an amazing spoken word performance. Still, for the people who are in St. Martin, the University of St. Martin will be broadcasting throughout the whole week. Today was the second day they did that. You can watch the program in the USM room 208, starting from 8 a.m. local time there. USM, I hope you enjoyed the program. And of course, for the people who are on Curacao, enjoy the lunch lecture, Knowledge Over Lunch at the Triangle Curacao if you have registered for that. And also make sure to keep an eye out on our platform, go together and go together. So where you can network if you're not on St. Martin or Curacao, even if you go through Gather, you can talk to other people who are still in the Zoom and just keep the discussion alive, ask questions, and just make sure that you keep the subject alive and prepare for tomorrow. The subject for today was health and health care, and tomorrow we will be talking about environment and climate. Of course, when we end this Zoom session, make sure that you vote for your favorite poster. Today we had the poster pitch by Saskia, and tomorrow there will be 2 other poster pitches. And of course, there will be a poster session Friday in Gather. So don't forget to vote, vote, vote. And I will see you tomorrow at 2 p.m. Dutch time, which is 8 a.m. Caribbean time. A nice evening, a lovely day, and till tomorrow.